鼻から気づいているホムラはいつか消える、ね、何もいらないはずだったなのにまだ I'm so serious まだ間に合う Baby それだれそんなに甘くないよでもきっとそんなに悪くないよGive me fire Light it up baby 燃やしちゃうぜ、yeah. 変わりもせずに人のなりとおかし全部燃えてやうや押し入れお前を火の粉焚きつけるのが仕事ガソリンとステロイ燃える様を見事火遊びはしないぬるい真似できない茂った彼の邪魔燃えし尽くすマグマ邪魔この悪なき川で青い炎を見たいシワがこの一つとなりやがて全て一つとなり Love is dyingでもまだ消えてないから忘れてみた
Hey Yoshida, good morning. Good evening to you. How are you doing? So guess what? My customer actually chose number 3. And that was the least expected one, to be honest. But hey, I guess it'll give me a reason to do something new, I guess. But I didn't expect that at all. Hey, Yesu, good evening, dude. So yeah, my customer chose number 3. I didn't expect that. I don't expect to do number 3 at all, but yeah, it's what I said before. Like sometimes your customer just choose the choice that like you didn't expect to do. But hey, like yeah, I can do it. I mean, why give them choices if I can't do them all, right? So let's do it. Three looks so good. Yeah, but it's like not like a composition that I do often. Sorry, I was washing dishes. Ah, okay. I just said that my customer choose thumbnail number 3, and I didn't expect to do thumbnail number 3. That's what I just said. But my day was okay. Played some BSO2 and went back to editing my artwork and shading. Oh, that's good to hear. By the way, today is my brother's birthday. Not that it like matter or related to the stream in any way, but you know, it's just something I it's just something I wanna bring out, I guess. And we're gonna go eat some hot pot later. Show? What do you mean show? It's just my brother's birthday, that's it. Oh, you mean you should at work? I see. Is he still washing dishes? Anyway, so like the hot pot place that we're going to, it actually have like robots come serve you food. Isn't that crazy? Still working on the body shape, but I'll post it on Discord if you. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, so like the restaurant we're going to, they actually have like a robot, and they bring you food. It's like this robot. By the way, I want to make a speed pen of this video, by the way, and this is going on the speed pen. Anyway, so like there's like this robot, and it's got like a smiley face here, and it like there's like a tray here. It's like this kind of like squarish thing. With wheels, and it's got tray here. And they bring you food. I mean, it's pretty cool, but it's like a gimmick. I don't think it's meant to make the work more convenient or anything like that. I guess it does a little bit. Never see a restaurant use robot to serve food. Pretty sure somewhere in Japan they gotta do it, but I didn't expect to find it in Thailand. I seen them in pictures, but never had around in America. Oh, but yeah, as I said, I don't think it's like meant to make the work easier. But it's like it's more like a gimmick of the restaurant, I think, because it has some like university theme to the restaurant. So the point of this composition is to leave the space in the middle open. I kind of want you to see the sky, but I don't think it's possible. So right now I'm laying out like the basics of the picture. And when you do big works, I think this process is pretty important. Because one of the problem when like you're doing like large scale illustration is that like you find out like that the picture look a bit disconnected. Like the component in the picture, it can look like quite disconnected. So it's good when you draw like this kind of small sketch first before you start the work. I'm debating whether I want the moon in the picture or not. I think it would be a good focal point if the moon is there, but I'm not sure. I don't think it's possible to have the moon there. Only other way. Yeah. This is how I am when I'm working, dude. Yeah, I don't think it's possible to have the moon there. There's no way. It's like the angle doesn't like the angle isn't made for it. I'm just gonna go for another idea. It should be okay. It should be okay. Godzilla in the background. Pretty sure my customer didn't request for that. You're back? Okay, I'll see you soon, Isu. I forgot to drink my coffee again. What's the point of making it if I'm not gonna drink it, right? Coffee emotes, not on Twitch yet. It's on Discord. Wonder when we will have the next emote slot for Twitch though. You know, I feel like the fact that I need to collect subscriber is actually more complicated than like if I can just pay Twitch to like have more emote slot. I wish you could just do like pay them and then get more emote slot immediately. Hey Yoshida! Oh, thank you! Thank you, thank you! Hey X Mini Shot, thanks for subscribing. Wait, does it say like If you give them sub, does it say that they subscribe? I guess they do. Oh, thanks Yoshida, then thank you. Do they have the remote slot now? I need to start like gifting subs myself, I feel. Can I gift sub myself? Hey, thank you so much, Yoshida. Thank you. Maybe, no? I don't know if it's like normal for the stream owners just give subs themselves. Oh, we have one open slot now. Thanks to you, Yoshi. We have one open slot. Okay. What should be the next one? Hello, right? That's the simplest one, I think. Hello. Let's do it. Okay, let's do hello next. I think that's like a must-have one. Okay, we did it! Yoshi, thank you. Thank you again. Let me finish my coffee. I didn't have breakfast, by the way. I was saving it for the hot pot. Have you been playing more Strive, Yoshida? I feel like I play too much Strive. It's just so fun. Alright, coffee is done. So reference, something like that. I didn't get a snack. I did get like a couple of snacks, yeah. No worry. Hard to play BSO 2 and Strive. Hey, let's see. Dude, Esu, we got like new emotes now thanks to Yoshida gifting subs. So the next emote will be hello. It will be that emote, yeah. What the? Penguin channel, you're here to... You're here to receive the sub. Hey, welcome to the stream, welcome to the stream. Also, this S2 was tier 1. I be spamming it, just saying. Wait! Oh yeah! That's the tier system. I don't know, man, like, it's, I don't really like the tier system. Like, I just want to give emote to everyone, you know, but like, there's only like, what, 2 slots in tier 1 or something. It's pretty... I don't know, I don't like the system, dude. Yeah, if I can like give subs myself, then I would do it, I think. Oh, here's another drawing tips for you guys. Not really like an actual tips, but it's like something that I find make my work easier. When you draw a character, draw them without limbs first, okay? And that's rich coming from me because I like Asanagi Dojin, which is like pretty big on amputation. But seriously, I think if you draw a character without limbs, it makes you like be able to identify them easier, and then you can just add the limb later, you know. What? It's already approved? Yay! Nice, 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 nice. Hello emotes is here. So yeah, when you draw a character, you know, I recommend drawing them without limbs first. It's okay, I can spam it on Discord. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the something happening. The party. What does party 100 mean? That's just bits, right? Hey, thanks for the bits, Yoshida. Thank you. I ended up giving S2 a sort of Pamela spirit as Pamela. Oh, it got approved, that's fast. Exactly, I thought it's gonna take like so long. Also, another tip! Another drawing tips for you guys. And this one is a pretty common one. Wait a second. Okay. Yeah, this one is a pretty common one. But, like, you won't see me getting free bits by watching ads is the best. Yeah, that's nice. So, you won't see me do this because I'm doing it off screen, right? I'm doing it with my hand off screen. And this is what I used to do even before I moved to digital. This is what I do on my sketchbook when I used to draw on paper, which is like estimating the ratio of the character body, which is, and remember this ratio well, okay? I guarantee it will help you a lot when you draw. It's head to crotch to body. This needs to be the same, roughly the same amount of distance for it to look correct. And I would do it by hand, right? I would put my and I'm gonna draw my hand here, okay? I would put like my hand right like this, right? That's my nail, right? I would do it like this, right? And then like I would shift my hand down right here to see if it's like the same amount of distance. That's how I do it, but that's the theory anyway. The ratio. Obviously in art, nothing is like solid, and then sometimes that rule can be broken, but when you start out drawing, I guarantee you that that rule will help you a lot. I hadn't thought of that. Yeah, it's something my friend taught me in uni. Your friend is wise? Yeah. Like one thing I appreciate from uni is definitely meeting my friends. Group of friends. Oh yeah, and the thing I critiqued you yesterday, Yoshida. Like, I'll be honest, I'm not like the master of like drawing yet either. Like, I still have some part where it look like super stiff too. I think the part where I'm the most like weakest is like around the lower body to the legs. But sometimes it look weird, but you know, I try to fix it using those rules I told you yesterday. You can also do like that. That's another method for it also, but I don't really recommend this method. But it also works. But if you ever heard of like the head ratio, you can also do it like that also, where it's like a body is usually like 1/7 of the head, or sometimes like 1/8. If you're crazy, you can go like 1/10. But pretty much what that means is that in the whole body there's like 7 heads, so you can do this and just count like 7 heads, right? And it should be roughly that 7. This might be like 1/6 by the way. 1, 2, 3. But it is crazy. This is like anime head, so it's like doesn't work. But the rule is there. Is that like in the body usually there's like 7 heads. This one the head is a bit big, so like it's a bit like of a stylistic choice. But to be honest, I might reduce the head just because of that. But yeah, I recommend the top of the head to the crouch to the bottom of the feet is it's just a lot easier. It's more rough, obviously, but It's just easier to do, I think. Yeah, just do this. It's easier to do. The brain power of 7 Vivo. If art was level based, I would be at level 5. Yeah, that's a lot of things to learn. I think when I know the least, like when I'm still not like experienced in art, that's when it's the most like fun for me. I think when you start to know a lot of things and then you start to feel like you're not improving anymore, that's when it's the most boring. As long as like your work change, as long as your work change, your work keep changing, yeah. I feel like I'm having fun drawing. But I feel like I've lost that fun for a while now because my work has been like a bit stagnant. But I'm trying to keep drawing, of course. Also, one interesting thing about this piece is that, by the way, I'm trying to make a speed paint of this piece, and all this like tutorial is going into the time-lapse video, which is gonna be weird for the time-lapse video, that's for sure. But yeah, you can see here, usually like when you draw the body, right? Usually it'd be like this. This is the center line, by the way. The center line is always important because it shows you like where the center of the body is. So usually it's like this, right? And how I know is that it starts at the collarbone, right? Well, it's not like universal, but this is how I usually estimate it, which is like it starts at the collarbone. So here, then it go down to the crotch, right? But for this body, this is like a kind of like a unique case where the body kind of twists. So it started the collarbone, right? But the crotch is here. Not in a lewd way, by the way, guys. Come on. The crotch is there. So I draw the center line here, and it's kind of twists down to the middle again. So the body here it's kind of like start here, but like the lower part kind of twists this way a bit, which is interesting. The brain power of 7 people would be at the chin, not the imagination, but not the skill. I'm also trying to find my style too. Yeah, to be honest, I've been like hopping style for a while now. Like, there are times when I want to just go super stylish. Do I need to cut this in time lapse? I'm really like going on a tangent here. Like, there's a time when I draw something like this, okay? Like, I go like super cartoony style. And like, I used to believe that people who actually can draw, while like can draw without following the rule of anatomy and still make their work look good, is actually like a very good artist. That's what I used to think, which is true. That's why I used to draw like a very cartoony style like this, because it doesn't conform to the rules of anatomy. But and yeah, I can do a decent job at it, right? But when I draw this, I always feel that like, man, I'm kind of like I don't know if I wanna, you know, just make my work look like that. I mean, it's good, but is it better than the normal style, right? Yeah, is it better than the normal style? I don't know. Well, I'm not here to like debate like one style over another, right? You just choose the style you like to do. That expression is great. Yeah, I just draw like a very fast word. You need a not emote too. Yeah, that's true. Speaking of my idea, Bob, how would you draw or sketch a humanoid spirit that's floating? I don't know. I would sketch it like this, huh? This kind of look like something that it's not supposed to look like. I won't say it though. Anyway, oh, but I give you one tip, Yoshida. The smaller the eyes, the more realistic it looks, right? So, like a very cartoony style, I would say, like, here's my theory, okay? And this is not like a confirmed theory or anything, but here's my theory. It's like a manga theory, an art theory. The size of eyes is relative to cartoon level. This is my theory, okay? This is my theory, and look at it. This is going on a this is going in a time lapse, dude. Crazy. Anyway, so you have big eyes. Fine. But what if you decrease the size of the eyes, right? The more you decrease it, the more realistic it looks. That's how I view it. Right? Like the bigger your eye is, the more cartoony it is. See? Like, and that come back to this, which is like the size of eyes. As the size of eye increases, the cartoon level increases, right? And vice versa. That's my personal theory on that. And that's interesting, isn't it? I think that's a very like interesting point to that I find in my course of drawing. Also, basing on that last theory, I feel that like I could draw like some pretty complicated graph for it. The only style I'm sticking with right now in my art is diamond shaped eye. Oh, what's that supposed to mean again? I mean like diamond shaped eye? Can I, let me see your last pick. Oh, like diamond iris, right? That's what you mean, right? I don't know why I really like the style for some reason. Yeah, I think it's okay. It's up to you. But like I tell you one thing, but it's not like it's wrong or anything like that. But the eyes, it gives character to the character, but it gives like personality to the character. So diamond shape eye, it's like fine, but if you draw it too slanted, it looks like snake eye, and it will kind of give like a kind of mischievous personality, or maybe like evil personality. But you know, you can make it work. I'm not saying that like it's wrong, but what I'm trying to say is the eye, it's what gives personality to the character. So when you draw eyes, always keep that in mind, that of like what kind of personality you want your character to give off, because it will show in the eyes, right? But yeah, I think it'll be okay. Yeah, I just kind of want to point out that like it's the eye is like what the eye is the part that defines your character the most, I think. Yep. Hold up, I'll send you a sample of it. Okay. So by this stage, I'm gonna redraw the rough sketch that I've done. And that's what art is all about, right? It's just like you just draw on top of your work until you get result that you want. Anyway, this time I'm gonna try to put more detail in the work now. Oh, another lesson for you, Yoshida, that I think would be good to hear. So, the collarbone actually start from the arms inward, right? So if this is like I'm drawing the front view, this is the neck, right? So the body is like this. You need to always think of the arm as like an extension here, right? Kind of like a robot. So if you draw this as like a body, so it will be like this, right? And the collarbone will always start here, inside. So that's another tip for you. If you have like problems, I mean, these things are called the landmark of the body. And there's one extra art class that I take, and the teacher always said, when you draw human body, you always look for the landmark on the body. I'm drawing like too detail of like a rough body, and then Twitch will ban me. I hope not.
watching what I put out, though it's not a ton. Excuse me, sorry, tight hen. Time to say goodbye again. Promise it's a matter of time before we're best friends. It's not the end of your Mori, cause every closed door is just the intro of a brand new story. One wish that I can't pretend I don't wanna see come true. I know it wouldn't make a difference.
Oh, hello, Kali. It's me, Oni. Hey, Doogie, you make it. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today?
Cause we're immortalized forever in the songs that we write, you know? Sorta say goodbye, the end, I'm not sorry, but I wanna see you again sometime. A song in my heart, a world of worry falling on your mind.
So this is what I have planned, Doogie. So I think this one, yeah, something like this is the idea. Hey, this is my customer, Doogie. Yeah, this is my customer that's commissioning this picture. Hey, please welcome them to the stream. Hey, Coffee, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Good evening, good evening. Heck yeah, Shingu in the house. Yeah, Coffee, Yoshi gave us a new emote slot by gifting like 7 people subs all at once, dude. Hey, welcome. I was watching Arceus Pokemon movie, so that is how my day was going. Oh, I see. I feel like I haven't watched Pokemon movie for a long time now. When I was a kid, I used to like really like them. Yoshi with the big money push, nice. Yeah, Yoshi save us all, dude. Also, you know, back in the day in Thailand, there was a comic. There was like a bootleg publication comedy, and what they do is that they just take screenshot of the Pokemon movie and they put it in like panels in comic form, and then they sell it as a book. Isn't that crazy? And when I was a kid, I was like, hey, this is not a drawing. This is not a drawing. If you decide to watch one, don't pick Arceus. Oh, I see. Advanced tracing technique. Exactly. It was so weird, dude. There's a lot of stuff like that in back in Thailand back in the day, because copyright law is not that strong back in the day. Nowadays it's still not strong, but it's like stronger than before, I guess. Like back in the day in Thailand, everybody was free to just, you know, plagiarize anything they want. That's pretty funny. Simply screen cap a movie and sell it. Exactly. I remember like reading like Pokemon movie, the Latios and Latias one. I remember reading in like a book. Yeah, exactly. Oh wait, I forgot one thing. If I'm gonna make this video into a time lapse, like you guys comment, I'm going to like pop out on the time lapse as well. It'd be pretty weird. It's okay, I guess. But yeah, I want to make a time lapse of this work as well. Hey, Corbin, gratitude. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Kofi, for the gifted subs. We're moving over to bring more emotes here on the channel. By the way, if you guys notice, this is another art tips for me, but always start with like, you don't need to draw everything all at once, right? Always start with simplify shape first. For example, this hand, it's just Lego hand, dude. It's just Lego hand, right? It's like, yeah, you got thumbs here, and then this is like this. It's just Lego hand, and that's fine, because then you can draw over it, okay? And that's the tricks. If you ever feel that like, oh man, I don't want to draw this part at all because it's so complicated, draw a Lego hand first. Just draw a simplified shape first, and then change it later. That's the idea behind drawing. It's just you try to draw everything easy first, then you change it into something else later. That's definitely a mistake I've made every time I try to draw anything. Yeah, try to look at everything very easy, okay? Like, think of it like the evolution of video game, right? You have the PS1 era, and it's just this. Actually, that's just Minecraft, actually. That's just Minecraft, but yeah, you have the PS1 era, it's just like a block. But then it like evolve, right? And that's what you gotta do with drawing. You start with this, then you draw over it. Just kind of make it like more crisp. Well, actually, this is not like a good example at all because it's it changed too much, I think. But like, okay, here's what I mean. Like you know, head shape is hard, right? Because it's like complicated curve and stuff. But like, it's fine. Just think of it as a circle first. It's a circle first before it became a head, you know? So yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Yeah. Yeah, remind me of art class in high school and doing the draw a hand thing and focusing on the fingernail and stuff instead of the entire hand. This is why I pay artists to draw instead. Exactly, always drawing finger first and getting frustrated because it doesn't fit together well. Yeah, this problem, the problem of like not being able to draw a part, I swear that it happened the most in the hands. That's why I said like draw the Lego hand first. But yeah, in art it's always about the big picture. By the way, she's gonna have is she going to have her hood on in this picture? Well, I guess I will give her a hood. I mean, I already designed her hood. It would be kind of a shame if I don't put her hood on, right? the way, this go without saying, but if you notice, I always zoom out to check the how the face actually goes with the whole body, and it's always important to check for the bigger picture. Because in the end, you're how would I say it? You're playing for, what's that saying? Where it's like you're playing for the whole game, not just like the head, you know. Like the goal is not just to get the head correct, but it's always going to be about the whole picture. Hey, Lux, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Good morning, good afternoon. Good morning, actually. welcome. Dude, this is the OG May theme. It's the OG May theme, Kofi. This is Hoseki in the 90s. Wait, is it 90s? Guilty Gear XX. Oh, it's actually 2002. Okay. I guess this is a Hoseki in the 2000s. I do it again. Okay, hot day again. Hey, it's always hot day. Look what you're talking about, dude. We're living in Thailand. I thought it was around 2000. If I was all about Tekken in the 90s. Yeah, it's just 2000. I mean, I'm still all about Tekken, but I didn't remember seeing Guilty Gear until the 00. Really? I thought the series was like older than that, but yeah. You know, main theme, like nowadays, you just get like slice of life kinda theme song. But like this theme, it actually like still feel a bit like rock, right? Because the electric guitar and stuff like that. (1998). That's like 4 years after I was born. Pretty old series. I haven't started with X, then I'm a fake man. Hey, what you talking about? Dude, I didn't know Guilty Gear until XR. There's two Wonders 1 game? Hey, what's Wonders 1 game? Japan only console? Luminico was on? It was! I really like this OP though. The OP is like real catchy, dude. Man, Luminico turned from like murder mystery into like some fantasy puzzle game. Luminico is pretty standard about weird for visual novel. Is visual novel usually that weird? The only visual novel I play is like Monster Girl Quest, guys. Come on. Hey Sky, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? How you doing? Doing okay, dude? Sky finally got the hello emotes. Yeah. Thank you to Yoshida for gifting subs left and right. Now we got the emotes for hello. And hey, as traditional for Sky, you made it to the last hour of stream again, dude. I've been trying to make sure my laptop is good to go because I accidentally spilled a little water on my keyboard. Like that. Ah, that sounds like a nightmare. But yeah, hope your laptop is doing okay, dude. I turn it on. I'm letting it rest upside down so it. I turned it on earlier, and the top key are no longer doing the SW. Whenever I type a letter, another is paired with it. But now the bottom key C to M aren't working, so it must keep draining it. Oh, I see, I see. Yeah, now I'm manning the desktop until I feel like passing out or just putting a pillow on my desk at some point. Okay, it's the next emote. Should we get the sleep emote next? Here? I wonder. Sleep emote. I don't know. We'll see. We got so much emotes now on the Discord channel. So Sky, now that you're here, shall we do the Sunday horror night? Whatever the hell it's called, dude. Sunday horror night. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting the shout out command. God damn it, man. Yeah, go follow Lux, Elas. They also draw pretty lewd art as well, guys. Go check them out. Are you streaming after this, Lux? I'm down for it. Yeah, send me some good stuff, guys. Send me some good stuff. We need a damn love emote. I'm trying to respond to looks and I couldn't. That's true. I'm not sure. Oh, I see. Yeah, I need like, I think we need some love emotes for our Twitch shadow. But whose character is it going to be? It's kind of funny that our first emote was angry. That's true. Also need hype emote when you host it already. That is true, yeah. I know I can write up another. I rather wanna try to keep it like one emote per person. It's not like I don't want someone to have 2 emotes, but that's like limited space on both Discord and Twitch, right? So I'm trying to give chance to everybody possible. Like even Discord have like a 50 something emotes limits, right? I'm getting like a yandere vibe from this pic, dude. I'm not sure if your character is yandere or not, Doogie, but I'm kind of portraying her as a yandere here. Or at least like a psychopath. Is that a good thing? I don't know. Woo. Well, she's a shooty, so depending on your interpretation. Oh, okay.
Please protect me. I'll love you if you let me. I know there's something there to say. So sign my life away. Moments on my lips like Cabernet. And I'm okay when I'm your slave.
To be honest, this is the best thing that happened all season. It's so chill now. Sun was killing us. I think you can have more than 50 on Discord. Yeah, is that true? I don't know, but I mean, the point is like there is like a limit on Discord also.
Make me your only, make me your slave. I'm okay when I'm your slave.
50 normal and 50 animated. Oh, I see.
I'm okay when I'm your slave.
Dude, animated emotes, huh? I don't want to open that can of worm just yet. I don't think so. Look, I just need to like put like a shadow over her eyes and then she will turn into full yandere modes, right? Full yandere mode. As you know, it's just psychopath, right? It's just psychopath mode. Full psychopath. She's a very sherry girl. Only go batshit if people hurt her friend. Oh, I see. Maybe the wolf hurt her friend, dude. That's like my head canon now. Don't want to imagine Esu as a yandere. She's already pervy enough. Sorry man, we were being scorched up here like cooking breakfast off our sidewalk. How good is Codewin? I haven't played yet, but I bought it. It was 75% off on Steam. Yeah. If you guys haven't played Codewin, I believe it is 75% off on Steam right now, at least in our region. But it's like a Dark Soul kind of game, right? It's like Dark Soul but easier than Dark Soul. So I don't know, I gotta try it. If worse come to worse, we still have anime girls on our side, I guess. I like Dark Soul, but it's too anime-ish. Yay! I like anime, so like I'm like okay, don't buy the DLC. DLC is bad. Game is good. I see. The combat is super fun because of the mixing and matching of classes that you can change whenever you want. Can you play without partner entire game? Sky, yeah, I totally believe it, yeah. You gotta go to the bonfire and there's an option to put them away. There's bonfire in Cold Wave too? What? This is Dark Soul, right? I don't actually recommend it though, since they have unique dialogue as you walk around and you get to see more characterization. I think I made it out of the character creation in Code Wave. And they don't really make stuff that much easier. Oh. Transport way is easy cause the friendly bomb. I'm not sure. Doesn't it got like some pretty cute waifu? The white hair girl. Overhead drawing frills. I think I get the deluxe one too. It's just like so much cheaper, I think. That's why I got it. Hey, IQ! Damn, welcome to the stream! Damn, I really just come to you speed running through. You did! Hey, welcome! Welcome, my old friends. I was just thinking if like having the skirt be this way is better. It's like a theory in drawing where like you can see here it's like both of this it's going this way, right? And when it's like the same, it's like a bit boring in terms of composition. It's better to have a component going that way and something going this way to contrast with the top. In theory, anyway. I guess. Otherwise, I guess you weren't satisfied. Yeah. So I'm just trying to see if like it's better to have the skirt going the other way. Well, we'll keep the old one and then we'll see if this one is better, I guess. This is the character we're drawing, by the way, IKO, and this is Doogie commission. I like her design. Thank you. I just design her clothes, by the way. I don't design the whole character. I didn't design the whole character, yeah, that's what I meant to say. Skirt is also another thing that people tend to get over carry about. So when drawing skirt, try to just think of it in simple shape. Like you try to draw a skirt like this most of the time. You just draw a skirt like, oh my god, there's a lot of things here. There's a lot of things here. You know? But like, I would just recommend just do it simple, right? Just do maybe something like this first. And then you can just add it in later. You can just add more stuff in later. But what's important about the skirt is the flow of the line. Because if you do it like this, it will look like stiff, right? So you gotta try to get the flow of the skirt down first before putting in the details. But yeah, skirt is definitely one of the it's up there with like the nemesis of like artists. I post my style of drawing eyes on Discord. Sorry for the late message. Still not used to the new setting on my PC. Oh, okay. Oh, I get it. I see. Yeah, that's nice. Like, what's the style called? I forgot. Like, it used extremely sharp angle. It's like similar to cubism of Picasso, where like everything is like sharp line. It definitely is possible to do. If you train it up, then you can definitely do something with it. Maybe that's too extreme. Dang, you made it look so easy. Well, I did draw for a long time, you know. But yeah, what's hard about this style though? Like, I'm not saying like you can't do it, because you can. I'm with the opinion that like you can make any style work. By the way, you can make any style work if you do it enough. But what's hard about this is that some part where like it require curve, if you replace it with like sharp edges, it will look a bit like hard. That's the feeling it gave off, right? So some part where it need to look soft, such as boobs, right? Boobs the easiest explanation, and it's gonna be hard to make it appealing. But it's possible. I'm not saying it's impossible. It definitely is possible. Something like that. Well, good luck to you, Yoshida. Good luck to you. So Aikyo, I'm streaming every weekend now. Did you know that? I remember you came in last time, but I forgot if I tell you that last time. But yeah, I'm streaming every weekend now. You can look below for my schedule if you want to catch my stream. Yeah, I see you, but it's often near my bedtime because of work. Oh, I see. Wait, are you, what time zone are you from again? Is it European time zone or is it actually American time zone? North American East? Oh, I see. Maybe I should move the drawing. Yeah, I'm thinking about this, guys, by the way. Yeah, now that it's like brought up, I'm thinking about it. Like, maybe I should move the drawing stream to like Friday and Saturday, and then gaming stream should be on Sunday, right? Because it's like less important. And usually people can sleep late on Friday and Saturday, right? At least that's how it is when I was a kid. I know some of you guys are already like in the working age, but isn't like Friday and Saturday is just like a better day for stream? I'm in Canada, Montreal. Oh, okay. Thanks, I'm still kind of fixing my style over time. Oh shit! I forgot the D&D horror story. Sky already sent me the horror story. Okay. Next time, after this song. Okay, after this song. I've been talking so much. I forgot the horror story. Anyway, yeah. So I might change my schedule so that drawing stream is Friday to Saturday, and then gaming stream will be Sunday. Cause sometimes people can't like sleep late on Sunday, right? I hate Sunday, by the way. When I was a kid, Sunday is like the worst day because you can feel like the impending Monday. It's like the worst because like you're free, but you know that like you're not gonna be free any longer. Hey, IKO, thank you for the subscription. Thank you. Another subscriber. And they're getting closer for more emote slots. Thank you. Wanna join the... Wait, you're already on the Discord, right? Yeah, we got a lot of emotes in the Discord, IKO. If you wanna see. Dude, IKO! Have you request like custom emotes yet? So yeah, anyone can request a custom emote. I close my eye, pretend to sleep. So yeah, I've been working on this project where like anyone can request a custom emote over on my Discord. So is there any emote you want for like your character? And Doogie, you too, by the way. Yeah, Doogie, wanna request emotes? Huh, maybe in a month or two. I tried to design character, but it's pretty bad. I see. I always post a color version of my eyes style on Discord too. Oh, okay. I'll go take a look. Oh, I see. I see. Or maybe I'll wait for this piece to finish so others can get drawing in. I see. You can even request emote of this character, right? Husky. This character name is Husky, by the way, guys. Yeah, probably will. Husky, yeah, Husky. Dude, IKO, aren't you like one of my first commissioners? Yeah, you should request some emotes then. For old time's sakes, dude. I can even do the emote right now on the stream, by the way.
I'm dancing in the dark. We are dancing tonight. We are dancing in the dark. We are dancing tonight.
Dude, I forgot got it again. What the hell? Oh, dude, they keep getting it. What the hell? Is Sky still here? Man, I must have disappointed Sky, dude. Oh. I regret Mel character to challenge you a couple years ago. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's been a long time. I remember that. That work. I want this to be here. And thanks for the bits. thanks for the bits, Yoshida. You were catching over Yubikuri back then. Dude, I'm a giant boy. Yeah, dude. What was that subtitle, man? It's great subtitle. Can you believe the Yubikuri actually ended? Okay, D&D horror story. D&D horror story, dude. D&D horror story. Man, you still remember Vagina Bone even like after all those years, dude. I need to go catch up on Murray ending. I thought it would be forever be unfinished. No, it ended. The manga ended. So I recommend going to catch up on it. We can finally see the closure. Didn't the mangaka get really sick? I'm not sure about that. Anyway, so this D&D horror story submitted by Sky from the Critical Kunich channel is called Bigot Player. Can I say that? Bigot Player nearly ruins the campaign before it even begins. Oh, okay, let's listen to it.
Greetings and salutations, my minions. Now, I don't usually cover stories where a horror story hasn't quite happened yet, but this is the rare occasion where I will be. And what's more is that the OP has made a follow-up post to their original story, so we'll be able to hear how everything turned out. Should be fun, or at the very least entertaining. Anyhow, let's roll for initiative and begin the story. Hey y'all, I wasn't exactly sure where to post this, as technically there hasn't been a horror story yet. But as a, sort of, new dungeon master, I'd really like to try to prevent one. I'm organizing a campaign, and I've had a handful of players make remarks to me about disliking one of the other players for various reasons. And I thought I'd ask for some advice before any serious crap went down. For context, this group is made up mostly of online friends. Very few of us have ever met in person. This group is pretty large, about 8 people. Those relevant to the story include Artificer, 19-year-old male and potential problem player. Sorcerer, 17-year-old female. Paladin, 21-year-old male. Ranger, 26-year-old female. DM, me, 27-year-old female. I have a few weeks before the start of my new campaign, and I've caught a handful of red flags. It seems that a few of the new players aren't ecstatic about the Artificer being part of the campaign. I played with him in the past and had no personal issues, but I was made aware before that the Paladin wasn't particularly fond of him. The Artificer was around when I was first discussing wanting to DM a full campaign, and asked if he could join. I had been DM for him in a few one-shots, and he seemed like a good player, so I said yes. Flash forward to a few months ago. I was preparing my world, and the Sorcerer asked who else will be playing. I give her a full list, and she seems hesitant about the Artificer, saying that she isn't a big fan of him, but that she'll be okay with playing with him. I shrug it off and think that perhaps it's just a personal disagreement. I asked the Paladin if he wanted to play in the campaign, but he declined, citing the Artificer as the reason. I now realize this is more than just a personal disagreement, and that it might be a problem with the Artificer. My suspicions are confirmed when the Ranger expresses similar issues. My immediate thought is that I should ask him to not play. I've had problems with players in the past that I've had to ask to stop playing in my campaigns. No big deal. It sucks, but some people just don't mesh well together. The biggest issue is the Bard is the Artificer's roommate and best friend. No one has any issues with the Bard, just the Artificer. In fact, all of my players love the Bard. If I kick the Artificer out, I am worried that I'll also lose the Bard too, and I don't want to punish him for the actions of the Artificer. The Artificer and the Bard have expressed a lot of excitement about getting to play together in the campaign, and I feel very bad about breaking them up and also don't want to turn them against each other by only including one. Yeah, this is a pretty tough situation. I can see where the OP is coming from. On top of this, both the Artificer and the Bard are part of 2 of my online friend groups. So if I sever things poorly, I might screw up a lot of friendships. I don't want to accidentally make my whole campaign fall apart. I still have a bit of time before we actually start, and none of my friends know what I should do. I figured I'd take the chance and see what you all think. How can I ask him to not play without ruining a friendship, and potentially screwing over other innocent players in the process? Edit. Turns out the Artificer uses racial slurs on his social media. Paladin was the only one that had added him on there and saw it. Still not sure why the others dislike him. Definitely a valid reason though. He has never said anything like this in-game, or in the Discord server we share. He's a bit younger than most of the rest of us, and I hope he's just parroting it, rather than saying them out of hate, but I still dislike it a lot. For the 8 people problem, I'm going to be splitting the party into 2 groups of 4, and trying to run concurrent games every other week. This also means I can stick the 2 remaining players that have come forward together, so they no longer need to play with the Artificer. For now, I think I'll allow the Artificer to continue in the name of preserving peace, as he has never shown that part of himself to the server, in-game or out. But I'll be discussing that issue with him personally to let him know that that behavior and language will not be tolerated at or off my table, and I reserve the right to boot him if it becomes an issue. Additional edit. The Sorcerer and Ranger have cited that the Artificer is a bit abrasive outside of the game, but says he's normally fine in-game. All of this is further compounded by the fact that my anxiety meds got lost in the mail, and I won't be able to get more for a while, so it's all pretty stressful. I think what the OP did here was interesting to say the least. Will it be 2 separate campaigns that are following the same story but have no interaction with one another? Or will they be 2 separate parties doing 2 separate things in the same world? They could take it a few different ways, but I think that could be a lot of fun, and the players can be none the wiser as to why it's happening. The DM can simply say that 8 people was a lot to manage, and it's a lot easier for them to manage 4, so it makes sense. I do question discussing the issue with the Artificer, especially given that it happened all outside of Discord and the games, and is entirely irrelevant to what they're doing. But to each their own, and I guess we'll see exactly what happened in the follow-up post. Speaking of, here's that follow-up post. I've got some bittersweet news. Sadly, the horror story has been prevented, but at the cost of the Bard. To summarize the previous post, I had a group of 9, 3 players came forward separately, saying they didn't like the Artificer. 2 said he was just annoying, but they didn't mind playing with him. The other, the Paladin, backed out entirely because he saw the Artificer post the N-word on his social media. I didn't want to kick him immediately because I wanted to speak to him first, and also talk to my other players, including the Bard, who was the Artificer's roommate. The Artificer was a prominent member of the server we shared, and I'd spoken to him nearly every day for the last 2 years, as well as playing D&D with him for most of that time. I spoke with the rest of the players individually, as well as a bunch of the more active members on the server that we shared. I told them each what had happened, and asked whether we should confront him and give him a chance to change his behavior, or just kick him without warning. Everyone was surprised to hear that he had done those things, as he's never shown that side of himself around us. The server was mostly queer women, with very few men, and he'd always been very nice and supportive around us, so it was strange to see this side of him. They offered to give him a chance to change, so I spoke with him about it that night. The Artificer didn't see it as a big deal, pulled the old, words have as much power as you give them, and literally said the N-word right there. I guess that confirms it. So, he's not on the server anymore. Gave him the boot right then and there. Sent the screenshots to the admin of another server we share, and he got booted from there too. He didn't take that very well. The Bard agreed with us, and had actually heard him say them before, but because they worked and lived together, didn't want to cause issues. I guess outside of the server, Artificer has a pretty short fuse. Artificer got mad that the Bard was still in the server, because he was the one that invited the Bard there in the first place, and made the Bard leave too. I've spoken with the Bard privately since this happened. He's searching for a new place to live and work, but it might take a while. He wants to return to the server eventually, when he can without the Artificer getting mad. Bard is very non-confrontational. Pretty much all of us except the Paladin are. Once this happened, to try to fill the slot, I had 5 people ask to join, including the Paladin. So now I've got a group of 11, so I'll definitely be splitting the groups into 5 and 6. This whole thing has been exhausting, and it was a horrible time to run out of my meds. I really hate interpersonal drama, but luckily I now have a group of very excited and dedicated people. I sent out a message to everyone letting them know that they can feel free to message me if there are any issues they have in-game or out, and I will try to resolve them. Overall, this group seems a lot more solid. I've asked everyone if there are any preferences for groups, and no one said that there were any people they'd like to not be grouped with, other than 2 who made backstories together. They're playing each other's rivals, so they wanted to be on opposing teams. We're all sad about what happened to the Bard, but we're hoping he can return once he's able to get away. Thank you all for your advice in the first post. Communication with my group is important, and I feel like this event has brought the rest of us closer together. Yeah, it's unfortunate sometimes a player just has to be removed from the group. The fact that OP confronted them and then he openly admitted to it like that, yeah, it kind of made the decision obvious. I feel sorry for the Bard, but as the Bard said, they're well aware of the situation and they're trying to get it out. So just give them a little bit of time and they'll be back in the group no problem. But yeah, as the OP said, horror story 100% dodged. No questions about it. And I'm glad that they were able to resolve it before the campaign began to prevent any kind of weird issues as a result of that. Alright, now onwards to the second story. What, you didn't think there was a second story? Don't worry, you could have fooled me too. I mean, it's not like I got 9.5 minutes into editing this audio and then realized I had a very short video and then had to go and record a second story. Nope, that didn't happen. Anyhow, story number 2. Greg, the player who wants his character to die. Over and over. So this story happened many years ago. D&D 4.0 just released, but most pen and paper groups in our region decided to stick to 3.5. Yeah, I think almost everyone decided to stick to 3.5. A friend of mine started up a new homebrew adventure, starting at level 3. We were only 2 players and the DM. 2 other players wanted to join later. I decided to create a half-elf warrior/wizard. The other player, let's call him Greg, created a minotaur. Later, the DM told me that Greg refused to play as anything else. Luckily, the DM has some rules up his sleeve to convert a minotaur to level 3. So each of us started as a participant in some sort of battle tournament. Not very original, but it was fun. We fought to the top ranks, and finally our characters faced each other in the finale. It was a one-sided fight. My character had an absurdly high AC because of the shield spell and some feats, so he won. As finalists, we were rewarded with some magic items. The Crown Prince also ordered us, as the new hope of the kingdom, to collect some MacGuffin, Power Stones. It was the main quest of the campaign. 2 Power Stones were on the island, and 2 were on the mainland of the kingdom. He's a weakling. He can only win when he is cheating with his magic. I don't fight alongside weaklings. It was at this point that I realized that Greg was very angry. I think because his character didn't win the tournament? So my character tried to smooth things over and challenged the Minotaur to a fight without magic to prove that he was honorable and brave. Greg and his Minotaur agreed. So our characters fought again, this time without magic. The duel was very close. The Minotaur managed to win, but he had only a few HP left. See, he's a weakling, the Minotaur brags. Then Greg announced, my Minotaur is beheading the weakling and trampling on his lifeless body.
Oh my god.
The DM interrupted him and told him that my character actually was alive and the tournament clerics were just healing him. Greg clearly didn't like that. I don't care, he has no honor, so I will do the quest on my own. Let's save a little time here. It took the DM over an hour to tell Greg that D&D is a cooperative game, and that he won't allow him to exclude another player. So finally, our characters were about to start their quest. My character wanted to start where we were advised to start, on an island full of kobolds, but the Minotaur refused. Greg wanted to get the Power Stone in the Troll Hills first. The NPCs told us this was one of the most dangerous Power Stones to get, since there were a lot of nasty trolls guarding it. Trolls are no match for a Minotaur. Even after several warnings by the NPCs and an out-of-character warning by the DM, Greg did not change his mind. My character resigned, and I felt a bit unsettled because of Greg's behavior, so our characters traveled to the Troll Hills. On our way, we got many warnings of the trolls. Mini guards told us how strong and dangerous these trolls were, etc. A few days later, we finally get to see some of them. The DM tried his best to describe them as terrifying as possible. There were 5 of them. They were eating an ox that they had torn apart with their bare hands. My character made one last attempt to hold back the Minotaur, but Greg's only reaction was, "I charge at them and strike them down." I was unsure if my character should help the Minotaur, but this didn't last long. The Minotaur was slain in the very first round, so our first session ended with Greg's first dead character. The second session was very short. Greg created a new character. It was a human halberdier. Our characters met at a small village. My character needed help for the quest, and Greg's character agreed. On our way back to the capital, we wanted to make some money, so we escorted some merchants. On our way, we were attacked by 2 trolls and some goblins. The NPC guards, who were described by the DM as experienced warriors, wanted to take care of the trolls while we were defending the merchants from the goblins. Greg won initiative. I suggested a plan to shield the civilians from the goblins and use attacks of opportunity if the goblins would ignore us. Guess what Greg did? "Get out of the way, I'll handle the trolls by myself." So he ran. Yes, he ran. If you're not familiar with D&D, if you run, you can't do anything else for your turn. So he ran directly in front of the trolls and ended his turn. I was crying internally. The DM asked, "Are you sure? These are the same monsters your first character died of." Greg just said, "Yeah." So the trolls killed his second character, and Greg got mad. Really mad at the DM. The DM tried to explain the situation to Greg again, but Greg felt he should have defeated the trolls, and the DM was just unfair. Not before long, they started yelling at each other who was to blame for the death of his character, and after about half an hour, I left, so the second session ended. You may wonder if this was the end of Greg's quest to kill his own characters, but let me tell you, this is just the beginning. Maybe I'll tell you more another time or post. End post. Well, I'm definitely looking forward to more tales of Greg trying to kill his characters. Hopefully he eventually got the hint that you can't just go and fight anything you want, but it sounds like he didn't, so it should be entertaining if those ever come up. But yeah, it goes without saying, if you try to do something that doesn't work and your character dies, and you have a brand new character the very next session, you're probably not going to succeed at doing the same thing again. Especially if you're as dumb as Greg was here to run into the combat and then end your turn sort of just staring at them menacingly. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. I do hope that they eventually got more people for the group, because having only 2 is a little too tight-knit, especially with a character such as Greg. But yeah, nothing else I think to really add here. I'm definitely looking forward to those future stories if they were to ever come out. Anyhow, let's head over to the fan art portion of the video. It's been a few weeks since we've done one of these, but I've accumulated a few pieces and I thought it would be worth bringing them up now. Our first artwork today is a pretty awesome one done by Midnight 3 Wonder, featuring several other creators, including friends of the channel, Foxy Bard, Z Flacco, Crow's Perch, and Den of the Drake. It's a really awesome piece overall, and I kind of want to get it printed on some nice canvas to hang in my room. Our second piece is done by Grimlord Alucard, and it's kind of like a final boss version of me, if I ever end up going down the full chaotic evil route. I especially like how my staff has fused with me to become sort of like an awesome, metallic, dragon-like tail. Pretty cool. And finally, we have George's piece, which is a pretty stylized version of me, and I'm definitely a fan of this. I especially like the shading to help make me pop out a bit more. You know, the introductions of more off-brand colors like that teal really speaks to me. Anyhow, that's it for today's video. As always, the source of the story is in the description below. And if you liked the video and you want to see more videos just like this one, be sure to hit that subscribe button and bell notification icon in order to be notified of my future videos. And while you wait for those future videos, here are a few related videos that you can watch from my channel in the meantime.
I actually have like a kind of like a learning moment in Dungeons and Dragons myself, where like I was the dungeon master, but I was trying to create a boss fight where it's like I was kind of addicted to Final Fantasy 14 back then, so I was trying to create like a boss fight where like it's kind of like it's kind of like FF14 where like there's a lot of boss mechanic that needs to be done, and if you can't do it, then you get like one shot, right? And the player like I think that I kind of like foreshadow the mechanic pretty well, but sometimes but the player keep like doing it wrong and they keep dying, and it just made me realize that like in D&D, when your character die, then you can't really retry the fight because they die for real. So later on in my work, I toned down the mechanic. Like I still like that boss have a mechanic in the fight because it can be related to it like it can give the fight personality, I feel. But I kind of toned down the damage so that if they do it wrong, they don't get one shot, but like they still take damage, but they're not gonna die from just doing it wrong, So that's my and that became my design philosophy when I ever created a boss fight for D&D going forward. I'll DM you on Discord tomorrow for the detail. But I was wondering if you'd be down to teach me by completing a drawing with me. I can pay a fee too, but yeah, I'll message you the detail when I wake up. Huh? Are you asking me for a lesson? I like the idea of red boss mechanic in D&D. FFXIV, FF14 is addicting. Yeah, it is addicting. But yeah, I still have like a kind of mechanic, but yeah, the point is that I don't like punish player that hard anymore for not learning the fight. I think after after a lot of trial and error, okay, like I think I made a lot of frustrating fight back in the day, and it's something I gotta confess, okay, like I'm not here trying to say like, oh, I'm the perfect DM. I made a lot of frustrating fight back in the day, but yeah, after like a couple of try, I came to the conclusion that like, yeah, it's like, um, dying is not fun. The challenge is not fun in D&D. I think the fun part in D&D is being able to do what you want in a fight. So yeah, I still have the mechanic in the fight somewhat, but as I said, I just kind of toned down the damage so that uh it's not like one hit kill anymore. But also I also try to avoid puzzle mechanic where like you need to, like, I try to make it not that complicated, right? I just kind of have like maybe the boss dash through the middle of the map or something like that. It just kind of like I kind of make it more like an action game rather than like a full on boss mechanic. Yeah, that's the idea when I make my fight. Dying in D&D is a lot more loss than in a MMO. Yeah. The fun part for me in D&D was the RP. Yeah, I think so. Exactly. It's the social interaction. RDM was giving us a lot of leeway on what we wanted to do, but because we were acting super dumb, he made fight easy. That's a good DM. A good DM should be able to like switch what they want to do. Aikyo, are you free next week though? For the lesson. Like I don't mind giving you a lesson, and like I don't mind even doing it on stream. But on the weekday, I'm kind of like working on other stuff as well. So if you're free, can you attend stream again next week, and then I can maybe like ask you, maybe like teach you something. Do people really go crazy when their character die in D&D? There are some people who go crazy when their character die, but they shouldn't. They shouldn't do that. Because it's like normal to die in D&D. but they're like it's your character, so that they're always going to be attachment, I think. Oh yeah, it'll be the weekend, so I can adjust to your time zone. Yeah, it'll be good if you can arrange this on the weekend. Would be better than tomorrow, I think. Uh, but yeah, give me DMs. You can DM me when you're free. Um, and then we can arrange something. Yeah, we can even do like a teaching art teaching stream or something like that. I try to represent a lot of effort over many sessions. There's a ton of time, but we can talk about it in Discord DM later. I'm too tired to talk this right now anyway. Gotcha. Should we listen to more horror story? I'm trying to find more horror story. But yeah, there's always going to be attachment, right? It means it's your character, you play as it. But yeah, I think this is kind of quiet. Let me open some songs. By the way, stream is already over, but I think we're going to just a little bit of overtime today because well, I did come in late anyway, right? Anyway, I always use this song when I don't know what song to open. I'll make character like the Carmine family from the Gears of War series. I'm not sure I get that reference because I don't play the Gears of War series. But yeah, my DM was baffled when we would almost die to do stupid decision, even if in character. It's kind of weird, right? It's kind of weird for the DM, and I'm saying this from like, because I used to be a dungeon master myself, but for us DM, we would try to avoid the bad death, right? But we don't want to like be that DM. We don't want to make it so obvious to the player that we were helping them, right? Because if the player knew that we were helping them, I feel that it would kind of come out as like we are the kind of DM that like not like I would use the word brave, but I'm not sure what other word is there. Like with the kind of DM that's not like daring enough to kill off a player, and it was I think to the player it would kind of give us the image of like being soft-hearted, right? And that's not good. That's not good either. But yeah, we don't want player to just like die from like a stupid death because it doesn't feel good, right? The whole point of Dungeons and Dragons, the whole point of the story is to make a good story, and dying in a dumb way, it is not fun, and it doesn't make a good story. So in the end, just try to help the player when they're going to die a stupid death, but to a certain extent, you can't always help the player. That's how I feel. The Carmine family always die, except Clayton Carmine, I see. Like a guy in the party wanted to cast a spell that needed line of sight. I would charge in and place a mirror angle in a certain way. That's kind of cool. Do note, I'm a mage with tons of friendly fire spell. On that one time when there was 4 of us. Oh. But yeah, illusionist hidden in a barrel of oblivious to what happened. Cleric drink a weird potion that make him pass out. Dude, when there's like a mysterious potion in D&D, always drink it, dude. Do not fear what's going to happen. And our paladin just jump over the cleric to protect him, and Spectral start attacking us. it depends on the group and the player, of course, but for D&D, and this is my opinion, but I always value role playing more than metagaming. Just for D&D, right? Like for video game, I just metagame, right? But for D&D, it's the kind of game that role playing just triumph like metagame any day, I feel. How do you make a story in D&D? How long does it take to make one? It's to be fair, it's just like making video game, to be honest. But then video game is just like making movie, so it's just the same. It's universally the same. That's like not really any kind of different way of thinking from like creating a story for other media. A story is a story, but then you kind of have to think about the dice rolling in the game. I ended up the illusionist came out of the barrel and ended up shooting our paladin. Why? I ended up wiping the whole room and leaving everyone at 1 HP. That was wild, dude. Yeah, I think if you want to create a story for D&D, that's like no special rule. You just kind of create a story and see how it goes. One rules for it though is that like, oh yeah, there's this one like theory that I researched on the internet about making a story for D&D. They say make the beginning and the end, but don't think about the middle of the story, because that is what the player is going to make with you. So create a beginning and create the end, but don't make the middle. That's a good way to think about it. We were laughing so hard that we made out of that shitty situation. How does the character interaction work? I have zero experience in D&D, so I always wonder how this works. It's just like you talking. It's like you became the character and you just talk to the NPC. That's a very good advice, really. Yeah, it is. I think that's just what D&D is, because yeah, I was kind of wrong. It's D&D is different from other media of storytelling. The only thing that's like make it different is that you don't know what's going to happen, and it's good to make your story flexible, because if your story is too fixed, then you're gonna be called like a railroady DM. They call it like a railroad, because the player is basically just on a rail, right? They're just traveling down the rail you lay down for them, and that's not good. You don't want your story to be railroad in D&D. He told me to make a beginning and the end of the story. Some are more lean towards RP, some are very by the book. Yeah, if you're new, you can buy this like book where it's like they already write the story for you and you just kind of run it. And the book have like guideline or like, oh, if the player asks this, then you should say this. And it's like the lore of the story. Yeah, there are some publishers that publish these books that people can buy and run their game. But you can also create your own story. Like for me, I'm an artist, right? I'm a manga artist, so I already have like experience thinking of my own story. So like I just started with like my own adventure. Yeah, flexibility is a huge part of being in DM. Because keep in mind, you can prepare a session ahead, but if the player don't choose that path, not much you can do about it. Exactly. And the character interaction, back to Yoshida's point, right? The character interaction, think of it like you're playing a video game, right? You're playing an RPG. You go talk to NPC or you go talk to a character, and there's like dialogue coming up, right? But the dialogue is not fixed. You're the one who choose the dialogue. Like you're the one who say what your character is going to say, and the NPC is played by the DM or played by your friend, stuff like that. And they're the one who choose how the NPC responded to you. And that's I think that is the beauty of Dungeons and Dragons, which is like it's video game, but it got the freedom of like having you being the one who speaks what your character speaks. It can be the beauty of D&D, or it can be like the ugliness of D&D. I don't know. It's the same. It's both sides of the same coin, to be honest. Because sometimes you get like a really like people who detach from the game, and then they're gonna like reference. They're gonna do like some pop culture reference like all the time and stuff like that. It depends on the group, right? Some group is okay with that, some group is not okay with that. Because it kind of like take you away from the story if you make like a lot of pop culture reference. But yeah. I'm planning to make a one-shot manga for my story for Natsuko soon. Still need to edit the summary I made. Oh, that's nice. Good to hear. But yeah, if you are gonna start DMing Yoshida, like, and I don't want to scare you or anything like that, but there's gonna be game. I can guarantee you there's gonna be game where like you fail and the player is going to be really frustrated and bored with your game. But don't let that discourage you, because that's why I'm saying it now. It's going to happen, but you're going to learn from it, and that's the point, I think. I have the ending of the main manga done too. But yeah, all I can say is go at it, thinking you want to have fun and be super flexible. The only thing you can prepare in advance are the encounter, the start of the story at the end, I think. I have the ending of the main manga done too. I gotta actually write stuff down. I have an entire world built up and an MC, but no actual written story. It's good if you have like the setting of the world done. But I'll just be a player if I play D&D. Yeah, I think start with a player. It's fun. Also, anyone who played D&D before isn't going to give shit to new DMs. We love our DMs. Being a dungeon master sounds hard. It is kind of hard, but it's fun. It's definitely like, I would say it's more fun than being a player for me. Being dungeon master, but it is like, yeah, a lot more work. I'll show you something after this sketch is done. Being DM, yeah, I'm quite pleased with the world and its politics. Being DM is serious work. I'll show you some of my D&D stuff once this sketch is done. I definitely prefer being a player, so don't make me a DM. I see. Wait, the song is actually done? What the hell? It's like the loop version, dude. I keep thinking the angry sign and Sumi angry emote look like flower accessory on her head. It is kind of small. Or maybe it's not like bright enough, but hey. Oh well. Let's listen to another horror story. This one is called Player Take Role Playing Way Too Far. And the thumbnail on YouTube it uses like Riamu Yumemi from Idol Master, you know, the pink hair girl. And yeah. And it kind of catch my eye, so let's listen to it, I guess.
Salutations, my minions. Now, I think we can all applaud a new player when they start getting into role-playing.
The loop was too small for our distraction. Yeah.
What if they get
the
really into role-playing, if you catch what I'm saying? Well, that, sadly, is what we're going to be exploring today. And before we get into the video, I've got an announcement. Many of you have seen the community post that went up on Wednesday, but for those that have not, a bunch of other creators and myself have put together a new YouTube channel specifically for D&D content, not D&D horror stories though. And the first real piece of content that we have planned is a one-shot amongst all of us, with Artificial DM being the DM. Makes sense given his name. And something we're doing that's going to be a lot of fun is having our communities make our characters. So the reason why I'm making this announcement is to announce that tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, I'll be going live on my Twitch channel so that we can have the chat create the character that I'm playing. And
I remember listening to this already in my spare time, but I don't know if I listened to it on stream already. But like, I listen to this stuff when I work, so sometimes like I've already forgot the story, so it's like okay.
And mind you, I'm sparing no expenses at giving you guys creative freedom. You can pick my race, class, subclass, you're going to be point buying for me, and you'll even pick my name when this is all said and done. I'm sure it'll be hilariously stupid, but that's kind of the fun of it. And what's also going to be taking place on tonight's Twitch stream is the Q&A video that I promised back about a month ago to celebrate this channel's 1-year anniversary, which we hit on, I think it was May the 23rd? Somewhere around there. But we hit our 1-year anniversary, and I promised to do whatever you guys voted on, and you all voted on a Q&A video, so that's going to be taking place on tonight's Twitch stream as well. And like the
Anyway, I
character
gotta
creation,
head out
that's
and
also
get
going to
some
be made
sleep.
into a
I wanted
VOD
to play this chat
available
with
to
you,
anyone on
and
my
I'll
Twitch
see
channel.
you
So,
around
links
on
to both the
stream.
Dice
Okay,
Goblin
bye.
YouTube channel and
Thank
my
you
Twitch
for
channel
coming
are in
in.
the description below. Be sure to check them out if you're interested. Anyhow, that's all for the announcements today, so let's roll for initiative and get on with the story. I'll start off by giving you all some context. I've always been interested in the storytelling aspects of RPGs. However, I haven't had the greatest of experiences when trying to get into traditional tabletop role-playing games, like Dungeons & Dragons and the like. Stories for another time, this is long enough as it is. So, around 7 to 8 years ago, while I was still in high school, some friends I met through World of Warcraft suggested that I could GM, if you can even call it that, a sort of a choose-your-own-adventure style session for them that was primarily focused on plot and roleplay. The actual mechanics were very simplistic, and pretty much only there to settle the occasional dispute, since the purpose of the whole thing was sort of a collaborative writing adventure, where the main focus was to tell a story with me acting as the story's narrator. To this day, I'm not sure whether they came up with the concept on their own, or if this style of play has an official name. They literally just called it a narrative RPG. I'm sure the more experienced among you can tell me whether that's a thing or not. And to the DM's point, there's probably several games out there that are like this. The first one that comes to my mind is Dungeon World, which I've not actually played it, but everything I've read makes it seem more with a narrative focus over a gameplay focus. So I'm throwing my hat into the ring there, but if you happen to know anything else, leave it in the comment below. I definitely want to check it out, and I'm sure everyone else is interested. Anyhow, let's continue. I've never been much of a role player, but I am, I'd like to think, a passable writer, especially considering that English isn't my first language. So, in spite of my reluctance, I eventually agreed to create a narrative for their characters. Given the rules-light nature of the game, a lot of the restrictions had to be enforced by the lore, and just general common sense. But I rarely had anyone going into business for themselves, since doing so would have been counterintuitive to everyone's enjoyment. There were ways to get your character killed if you really wanted to, sure, but I had no incentive to deliberately stifle anyone, nor did the players have any reason to go out of their way to pick fights they couldn't win. Overall, it was a surprisingly fun time, and it gave me a chance to flex my creative muscles. I started putting more and more effort into the world, crafting stories and adventures my players could choose to partake in, with different outcomes depending on their actions or inactions. That is, until a player I'll just refer to as Jane came along. Jane started as a new and pretty active member of the World of Warcraft guild my friends and I were a part of. She and one of said friends, henceforth referred to as Loverboy XXX, because he will read this and I'm feeling petty, had apparently grown close and were all up in each other's DMs. Nothing wrong with that. At some point, he had even told her about our group's weekly online sessions and invited her to join. I was officially introduced to Jane via voice chat and gave her a rundown of the setting, the current campaign's progress, and the general guidelines for designing her character. She seemed pretty receptive to it all, and was eager to join in on the party's adventures, even going the extra mile by making her first character my world's equivalent of a healer, so that the party, who were a tight-knit band of former cutthroats, had an incentive to bring her along. It created an interesting dynamic where Jane's sheltered character grew accustomed to the world at the same rate that she did, bringing some much-needed contrast to the party's composition. If I absolutely had to nitpick, I'd say that she liked playing the role of damsel in distress, a bit too often for my liking, but no one else seemed to mind, so I refrained from commenting on it at the time. Without going into too much detail, the setting was a blend between traditional fantasy, Egyptian mythology, and Turkish folklore, where the party often had to leave the safety of the capital and venture into the untamed desert in search of long-forgotten tombs, treasure, and the like. Following the party's decision to side with the guards during an uprising, They were invited to the palace, where they were to meet and be congratulated by the royal family themselves for playing a pivotal role in subduing the rebellion. Pleasantries were exchanged and meaningless titles were granted before the party were sent back off to their base in the slums. If that sounds underwhelming, it's because that was the point. I was trying to establish how detached the nobles were from the plight of their subjects. Despite all of my efforts to write them as condescending dicks, one of the members of the royal family, who I'll just refer to as the prince for simplicity's sake, seemed to have left an impression on Jane's character. To clarify, the prince was the youngest of the king's sons, and the embodiment of narcissism. I wrote him to be as douchey and elitist as possible, which made the healer's sudden crush on him all the more baffling. Yes, I described him as very physically attractive, but that was literally his only redeeming quality, and there was no shortage of traditional attractive NPCs, and player characters surrounding her constantly if she really wanted to go down that route. That said, Jane's character was meant to be naive, so I figured her swooning over a guy that despises everything she represents could have been used as a highlight in her inexperience. Unfortunately, it was nothing as self-aware as that. Both in character and out, Jane kept bringing the prince up, much to the rest of the party's annoyance. She insisted that they fully align themselves with the crown in hopes of earning more favor, while simultaneously asking me when they were going to be meeting him again. As you can probably guess, Loverboy XXX was particularly and quite vocally against this for obvious reasons. Perhaps I should have been more stern in railroading them away from that entire plot point, but in my defense, I was really committed to adapting to everyone's choices. Jane got her way eventually, dragging everyone along with her and forcing me to come up with more and more stuff they could do for the local gentry. I made a point of clearly telling her that their efforts were appreciated, but it wasn't getting them any closer to another audience with the prince. Keep in mind that this was an NPC I hadn't even put that much thought into at the time, since I never really expected him to be anything beyond an entitled prick whose entire purpose was to symbolize the blatant disconnect between the common man and the ruling class. I could have and eventually did flesh him out more, but at the time, nobody apart from Jane cared about him enough to justify doing that. Loverboy XXX was getting pretty fed up by Jane's infatuation with my NPC, and out of character demanded that we move on to something else. I explained that I've been presenting them with different plot hooks this entire time, but instead they just kept catering to their healer's whims, who had pretty much assumed somewhat of a de facto leader role. If nothing else, the mental image of a ragtag group of hardened outlaws following around a teenage girl pursuing her crush was sort of amusing. Finally, picking up on the group's frustrations, Jane relented and we were allowed to move on to something else. It was at this point when Loverboy XXX's character started trying to get closer to Jane, which, while awkward at times, at least made more sense since they had a thing in real life. Both of their characters were of similar age and didn't interfere with my storytelling. Jane was open-minded to the idea, but didn't seem particularly excited about it. Her healer and his cutthroat continued with their in-character flirting through several campaigns, but their relationship never evolved past the occasional innuendo or remark. All was well until that fateful evening, when I saw that Jane had messaged me several times on Skype. When I opened our conversation, I saw paragraph upon paragraph of her, I'm assuming in character since most of it was surrounded by question marks, proclaiming her love for the prince, and straight up demanding to meet him again. It's been a long time, so I don't remember exactly what she said, but I distinctly remember her threatening to leave the friend group altogether if I didn't make it happen. She went on to guilt-trip me by saying that it should have been my fault if Loverboy XXX, I kid you not, killed himself over her leaving without a word, since she was apparently helping him battle through some mental issues none of us were aware of. I honestly had no idea how to react. I remember just sitting there, reading through her messages, and trying to formulate some sort of adequate reply in my head. Eventually, I settled on the worst thing I could have probably done. I proposed to narrate a private, non-canon exchange between her healer and my NPC. Obviously, she agreed and was pretty enthusiastic about it, as though she hadn't threatened my friend's mental health in order to get her way. I have no excuse for choosing to indulge her instead of immediately talking to Loverboy XXX about the whole thing. I guess I was both worried about him and scared of our friend group disbanding, which eventually happened anyway, but over an unrelated incident. Fast forward to the day of my private session with Jane. The scene opened with the prince standing on a balcony, overlooking the royal gardens, and her character being invited into his quarters. I obviously knew what she was after, so I made up some BS reason as to why he had taken a sudden interest in her. I don't remember what it was, exactly. Both expressed their inexplicable infatuation with each other, and things obviously got heated. So I hurried to fade to black, but Jane wasn't having it. She was basically expecting me to ERP with her, something I had never done and had no interest in doing. I explained to her that, at that time, I wasn't really interested in exploring naughty stuff both in and out of character. Cue the explicit images. That's right, folks. Jane seemed to have thought that all I needed was some inspiration, and so, in her infinite wisdom, proceeded spamming me pictures and gifs of explicit acts she wanted my character to do to hers. Then, she went on to make the whole thing 10 times weirder by expressing how this sort of content was making her feel. Though both of us were 18 at the time, I still don't feel comfortable recounting her exact words verbatim. Let's just say she was making me increasingly uncomfortable, until she left me no choice but to tell her off, which she took as well as you'd expect. She left the group soon after and blocked all of us, including Loverboy XXX, who took it hard, but got over it after confiding in the rest of us instead. Not sure what Jane has been up to since then. I had seen her mentioned in passing a few times before our World of Warcraft guild got disbanded for good, since most of us moved on to other games and hobbies. Apparently she is currently married, so I genuinely wish her all the best, and hope that she has grown as a person since the above-mentioned incident. Only recently did me and Loverboy XXX reconnect, who you can thank for reminding me about Jane and directing me to this subreddit. It's a mildly uncomfortable experience at best, compared to the other stories I've read on here, but I thought it might still be worth sharing. End post. OP, that was definitely worth sharing. She had a few screws loose, to say the least. But like you said, hopefully she's grown as a person. As you said, the very worst thing you could have done is do that one-on-one session. I probably, as much as the other players would not have liked it, tried to weave it into the actual story, and I likely would have pulled them aside and explained that that's what we were doing, because she threatened to quit the game otherwise. And who knows, maybe everyone at that point in time would have agreed to just kick her and avoid the problem altogether. You know, get people talking behind the scenes a little bit, and maybe gauge exactly where Loverboy XXX's mental health was, because I suspect she may have been lying in order to push the OP to do what she wanted him to do. And as a few comments pointed out, maybe she actually had a crush on OP. Well, according to him, all of this was in character, and she really didn't talk or do anything with him out of character. So, in his opinion, she probably didn't have a crush on him, but we'll really never know. Anyhow, that's it for today's story. As I said earlier, be sure to check out the Twitch stream tonight at 7 p.m. Eastern, and to follow both that channel, and subscribe to our new Dice Goblins YouTube channel to see how our new D&D content goes. Anyways, the source of the video is in the description below, and as always, if you like the video and you want to see more videos just like this one, be sure to hit that subscribe button and bell notification icon next to it in order to be notified of my future videos. And while you wait for said future videos, here are a few related videos that you can watch from my channel in the meantime.
This is more than a sketch, guy. This is more than a sketch. I'm telling you. Alright, I should stop. I'm working more than I'm paid to do. Hey, Red, welcome to the stream. How you doing today? Is there any more horror story? Is there any more horror story? Sky. Yeah, give me more, dude. What the hell was that? Been here the entire time. Oh, are you? No, that was D&D Horror Story on YouTube. We like to watch it on Sunday stream. No, it's not like fixed that we gotta watch it on Sunday stream, but like I don't know why, but most of the time it came on Sunday stream. No, it just became a habit to listen and draw on Sunday. Yeah. Okay, so this one is called.
And in character, decided.
That guy threatened to literally murder the DM. Oh my god.
Greetings and salutations, my peons.
By the way, my friend added your emoji to her
RPG
channel and it's
horror
getting
story
frequent
for
use.
today.
Hey,
In
thank
today's tale,
you.
we have a player that
That's
cannot
nice to
separate
hear.
reality from what happens in the game. That's right, we're dealing with a that guy. And as this story is a bit on the longer side, buckle up and be prepared for a very wild ride. And with that said, let's roll for initiative and begin the story. Content warning: threats of physical assault. Everything that happens is
should
meant
increase
to
the
be.
volume.
It's meant to happen like that. But sometimes you don't know at that time that it's meant to be a disaster. Tony K. How do we begin to scratch the surface of this whirling storm of a D&D horror story? Of which, right in the eye of it, standing tall was the foreboding that guy, aka Eddie, our mountain dwarf battle master. A few years back, a couple of friends and I, 2 guys and a girl, decided to dip our toes into Dungeons & Dragons, and with an experienced DM friend willing to guide us along, we were excited to embark on a world-building journey with our characters. To start off, our DM decided to do a small test adventure to get us acquainted with how the system worked before easing us into a proper campaign. Getting even more excited, 3 more new people were dragged in. Amongst them was Eddie. From first impressions at our session 0, he didn't seem out of the ordinary. Just another guy wanting to join in on a campaign his friend had invited him to. By the end of 2 hours, everyone had been acquainted and we were all ready to start our first job. Oh boy, we were not prepared for the headache that would follow us for the weeks to come. Our first foray was into tracking down the thieves of some exotic pets, which landed us at a sketchy-looking pub. After causing a diversion, the party discovered in the cellar a secret trapdoor leading down into the sewers. Eventually reaching an interconnected series of tunnels, we ran into some feral rats. Right off the bat, this guy was charging forward, and, in character, decided for the party members what we'd do, yelling orders to what, at this point in time, a ragtag group of strangers with little to no loyalty to one another. Despite this guy's fixation on lore and story, he seemed pretty sure that none of our characters would be opposed to being bossed around by some rando that turned up to their tavern one day. The DM, bless their heart, patiently explained to us newbies how to roll and make ability checks, actions, combat mechanics, the works. Meanwhile, Eddie had to wait for us to catch up with him. The party arrived at one section where 2 guards were facing away from us. The party decides to take some time to discuss our plan of action. Majority of us not wanting to risk getting hurt this early on in the adventure, and also because we wanted to avoid unnecessary violence. As you can guess, Eddie makes the decision to attack these guys with the intent
Spiral,
of breaking their
no!
legs
Are you
before
kidding me?
brutally slaughtering them. Despite protests, we get forced into combat once again, and this time manage to scare them off. This wasn't enough for Eddie, however, who proceeds to order the ranger to finish them off. Of course, the ranger, who hates being told what to do, says no. Eddie bristles at this, but nevertheless follows the party. Reaching the inner sanctum of the tunnels, we encounter the boss. Taking a short break, the majority of us agree to try and reason, or at least bargain with the big guy, to release the trapped animals. After this quick chat, we spring into action. Cue Eddie immediately going the hostile route, making threats to this guy, fully intent on leading with his sword. Begrudgingly, we join in on the combat, since this boss is no longer open to negotiation. The boss is slain, the pets are set free, and we collect our reward. Eddie left a bad taste in my mouth, but from the general vibe of him, it seemed like he wasn't used to opening up easily to strangers, and so I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he was nervous, or just too engrossed in his character to switch to player mode when we were discussing plans. Little did I know that bad feeling would only grow and fester as time went on. A few months later, we found time in our schedules to start a proper campaign. Wanting to focus on storytelling, we made sure to fill our characters' backgrounds with interesting tidbits for the DM to use and introduce later on. Sessions went on pretty much like the first, Eddie not caring what anyone else was doing and never open to discussion, rushing ahead, pressuring the DM to progress the story for him, while the rest would catch up. At this point, a bunch of us had shared our grievances with each other. Unfortunately, we all held on to the hope that this guy would actually open up eventually, and then we would all feel foolish about judging him so quickly. Some of us would occasionally argue with him about being a one-track mind, and never discussing things with the other party members, or just straight up ignoring the options everyone else was in favor of. On top of this, he would contest the DM's rulings, especially if it meant he couldn't add homebrew that looked cool, and reinforced his strongest fighter in the universe image. He was also still very low level, mind you. In fights, a good number of us did not have particularly high armor classes, and would actually get down to dangerously low health. Pair this with little to no spell slots available for healing spells meant we were no strangers to brushes of death. To be honest, part of that did make it all more immersive and exciting for us. After one such session, the DM took pity on the party, and let us use a long rest after a particularly hairy encounter with some bandits. It was at this point when it let slip that Eddie had health potions, and tons of them. Unbeknownst to us, not only was this guy stockpiling potions, he was refusing to use them, and kept ordering us to heal him using up our limited spell slots. A number of us were salty, but assumed that there was probably some massive battle up ahead, and Eddie must have read up and knew where the campaign led, saving the potions for the inevitable big bad evil guy. I was just about done with this guy, but didn't know how to approach the topic delicately with the DM, whom we had learned from Eddie was in fact best friends with him. In the end, my curiosity over how it would all end had me sticking with the campaign, as well as the story I would no doubt share with my other friends. From then on, I was a bit more aloof with playing, which conveniently fit with my character's personality. I did take the DM's efforts seriously, just didn't engage with Eddie's character as seriously as before, and would ignore him and do my own thing for the most part. It all came to a head for me when a particularly backstory-heavy scene was interrupted by Eddie. One of the players encountered an NPC who was connected to their backstory, and important to the plot. Everyone was feeling emotional at the interaction. Of course, it wouldn't be a normal session without Eddie deciding we were all wasting his personal playtime, and proceeding to tell the DM that he was going to decapitate the NPC and slay him because he was injured and clearly beyond saving. Except his path was being blocked by the player who was still talking to said NPC. When he ordered the player to move aside, and they refused, Eddie badgered the DM into allowing player versus player combat, which would have taken even longer and was probably his way of venting his frustrations on the party. What Eddie said went along the lines of, "I don't care about my teammates. If I have to kill them to get my way, I'll do just that." Cue eyes rolling all the way to the back of my head. Anyway, DM obviously refuses and allows the player to have their moment with their critically wounded friend. Once again, the Committee of Salt, towards Eddie, convened after the session. We were all rightfully upset at this guy's consistently abrasive behavior. Maybe he was just really into role-playing his character. Even during player discussions, even though we had made it this far, we hadn't really made much effort to get to know him. So we decided to chat with him outside of sessions, and ask for his character's backstory, to get a read of his fighter, and maybe give us some insight. I don't know. We just didn't want to force him out until we were absolutely sure this guy was an actual douchebag. The backstory we received was your standard dishonored hero, in remorse over abandoning his allies, looking for redemption by saving the universe and doing only good, blah blah blah. That surprised us. He proceeded to inform us that he viewed our background characters as nothing but his cannon fodder. We jokingly talked about how standoffish and anime edgelord-like his character seemed, to which his reply was, "Each party has to have at least one lone wolf. Sunglasses emoji." Are you uncomfortable? Good. We were baffled as to why such a morally righteous character was making choices a la murder hobo with no care for his teammates, or anyone for that matter. We had confirmed the unfortunate suspicion everyone had that this guy wasn't role-playing at all. No, he was playing as himself, and using this character to vent his anger and worryingly deep-seated violent tendencies. His exit came after one session, where I guess he figured we were now tolerating his personality. From the beginning, I could tell this was going to be a tense 5 hours. We were facing off against a powerful boss and possible death, something the DM had warned us about, leading up to the session. Before we even jumped back in, Eddie began to threaten the DM, warning that he would physically harm him, read kill, should his character end up dying at the end of the encounter. My eyes immediately shot up at this, and the discomfort in the air was palpable to all but Eddie, it seems. DM gives a lighthearted laugh to brush off what they really hoped was just a joke, which Eddie stated was not a joke, and we start up where we left off a few days prior. I'm not sure how or why we kept the session going. Maybe because we were waiting for someone else to speak up, or maybe a morbid curiosity, waiting for something even more crazy to come out of his mouth. Boy, did he deliver. Moving on, we started talking about how to sneak into the boss's mansion's booby-trapped room to steal an artifact. No surprises as to the rogue being picked for the job, which then prompted an out-of-character debate on who was the most sneaky of all of us if we ever had to plan our own heist. Eddie then decides it is entirely appropriate to start recounting a story of how, as a student, he jumped a kid who teased him and threatened them with a pair of scissors to their throat. The entire table went silent as this guy gave us this smug grin of pride, glee, or whatever kind of feeling he had upon revisiting those memories. Like, were you expecting us to gush and applaud you for threatening assault on a child with a blade? The session ended on a cliffhanger. We, the players, sans DM and Eddie, obviously, all hopped onto a group chat, and the general thoughts echoing around was, WTF was that? Screw the craps and giggles of watching this guy fill in every stereotype of a that guy. I was out. Now, earlier we had learnt that Eddie and DM were tight. I was totally not okay with Eddie, but didn't want to force the DM to kick out Eddie and become his target of anger. So I messaged the DM, telling them I was pulling out of the campaign because I didn't feel at all comfortable being in the same room as Eddie. I'd much rather just not play at all at this point. The other players around this time also reached out to the DM about the most recent session, and after a while he made the decision to kick Eddie out of the group. He admitted Eddie had made him uncomfortable as well during the previous session, and didn't want to deal with him from that point on. We apologized to the DM for pressuring him into kicking his best friend, and possibly fracturing their friendship, especially since he was so keen on introducing us all to D&D in the first place together. Now, here comes the bombshell. DM and Eddie were not friends. In fact, they barely knew each other aside from the fact that they both were into D&D, and were introduced to each other by chance. DM had been aware of Eddie's animosity towards the players from the beginning, and being under the guise that this person was just bad at communicating, he would have regular chats with Eddie reminding him to rein in his behavior and work with the others. DM was also worried we were the ones who were close with him, and didn't want to kick him out if it upset us, since we were friends with the DM. I think this guy was just too nice, and Eddie obviously took advantage of that to boss him around and ignore the DM's requests to get along with everyone else. Following this discussion, he gave Eddie a call informing him of the changes. And a few hours later, Eddie starts a group chat with us, the players, because we had kicked him out of the original one after witnessing his piss-poor behavior towards the DM a while ago. He proceeds to apologize to us, while acknowledging his hostile and antisocial behavior towards us throughout the entire campaign, despite the DM's attempts to get him to get along with us. That he realizes he was in the wrong and set unrealistic expectations for everyone, and understands that it was not an isolated incident that led us to deciding to kick him out of the group. He then leaves the group chat. After reading his messages, something really struck a chord with me and the entire party. Along with the others, we realized how big of a blunder we had made, promptly inviting him back into the party, confident that we could look above our past issues and keep playing. Fat chance. His apology focused on the most recent session, where he apologized on behalf of his character's actions disrupting the party, saying he was having a bad day, talking about leaving as a way of atoning for his sins, and ending the message by signing off as his character, revealing their name for the first time, for impact, I guess. Suffice to say, we were flabbergasted. While completely not addressing the core issue of his own behavior as a player, and as a person towards everyone, including the DM he was consistently bullying, this guy tried to make it out like he was graciously dipping out for the sake of the party, and not the reality where he was told to leave after numerous warnings. He ultimately thought the issue we had was with his character design, and one bad day. A few party members sent private messages to him later on, letting Eddie know exactly why we were so upset with him, and that our reaction was a culmination of months of building frustration, although the message was obviously kinder than this summary. After that, nothing much else came of it. His apology and response gave off the air of someone who didn't have a clear understanding of why they were wrong, only that people were upset with them. Obviously, Eddie has a lot of growing to do, but it wasn't our job to do that growing for him. We'll never fully understand why he acted the way he did, both in and out of sessions. But there was no way we would keep pretending we were getting along with this guy. Other tidbits. We found out that prior to this group, Eddie had never played D&D before in his life, and yet there he was at every session arguing about what his character could and couldn't do with the DM. It was hard trying to find some common geeky ground to start a conversation with him. He didn't watch anime, play games, watch any shows, play a particular sport, nor was he a particular fan of reading novels. I mean, fair enough, everyone has their own hobbies, just made it hard for us to relate to him and get a read on his interests. He also didn't make much effort to talk with us, unless we were the ones to keep the conversation going by asking him questions about himself. When we shared that we had trouble getting to know his character better, Eddie's response was to blame it on the DM not putting enough effort into creating scenarios that would allow us to understand his character, who he had stubbornly established from day one as someone who didn't care about people and didn't open up to anyone. This is just a personal pet peeve of mine, but I hate noisy chewers. Since sessions were long, we'd bring food/snacks. This guy is easily one of the noisiest eaters I've ever met. Lips smacking, saliva sucking, open mouth chews were the bane of snack times for me. I have no idea if he ever brought food to share, because by the end of the session, he'd eaten the majority of what everyone else had brought to the table. We made a party-only group chat early on to talk about what we would do on the next session. This guy would leave us on read most of the time, at which point the rest of us just went back to our salt chat. Turns out, this guy's character was his only character, as in whatever one-shots and other people's adventurers outside of this group's campaign he was in, he'd only play this character and carry over the stats and inventory, hence the massive stash of potions, and pressured the DM into allowing it, even if his character level wasn't high enough for it. He was adamant that this character was the only one he'd ever play, and that if they died, he would never play D&D ever again. The DM became legitimately uneasy about this guy after every threat Eddie made of killing him, mainly because Eddie knew where he lived. Well, the general area.
Oh
But
my
he passed
God.
through on a regular basis on his way to work nearby. Frankly, we were all scared for the DM. But thankfully, it's been years now, and the DM has moved overseas for work. In fact, this guy was the reason I started reading through this subreddit in the first place. And if not as a warning to new players about being too accepting, this entry serves as my place to vent and rant. End post. If there was an award for the most that guy of that guys to ever live, I think Eddie takes the cake here. This guy is pretty atrocious, and pretty much every little facet of his person that came through in this story pretty much screamed that guy. From playing the same character in every single campaign and one-shot ever, including carrying over the inventory, from most likely taking everyone's snacks and not bringing his own, to threatening actual violence to the people at the table, to just everything. Nothing about this guy screams anything but a that guy. So congrats, Eddie, you get the award for the most that guy to ever that guy, I guess. And it comes without saying, don't be this dude. Like, come on, if you see any of these habits that were laid out in this story in yourself, maybe speak with the DM or other players to just make sure they are okay with it. Because legitimately, I can see a lot of people doing this stuff without realizing it, and once they're told, they're okay with it. The difference between Eddie and probably everyone watching this video is that Eddie did not realize he was the problem. He continuously thought they just didn't like his character and saw no issue with any of his actions, even after they told him that, which honestly is a little concerning. But I'm not going to jump into that territory. I think my only criticism of the players at this table was simply that they took way too long to even talk to the DM. I understand why. They thought Eddie was a good friend of the DM. But at the same time, if you are all legitimately concerned over this other player, not from how they're actually playing, but just like physically you're concerned for your own well-being and the well-being of others at the table, talk with your DM. Unless it's the DM, then talk with the other players. But, talk with whoever you think is in charge of this and get that sorted out, because there's no reason anyone should be playing D&D or any tabletop game and feeling a personal risk to their self while being there. That should never happen. So my only advice is that they should have brought this up earlier. Now, I meant to do this in my last video, but there's been a ton of fan art of me done over on the Discord server. So I wanted to showcase some of it here. It's really...
Dude, that's crazy. That's the most horror story up to date, dude. It's a death threat, man. What the hell? What? Can you imagine? Like if you're the DM and then the player is like, dude, if you kill my character, I'm gonna kill you. Oh, that's so scary. That's actually legitly scary. I want to repent for my past. And you do all that? Oh, you can die for all I care, exactly. Oh. Yeah, I never heard of that before. Okay, time to end my stream, but before I go, I want to show you some of my past Dungeons and Dragon boss. Not sure if I do it once already on some stream. I don't know, it's been a long time. But I want to show you that, like, yeah, when I first started off, DMing, I don't think I was a good DM either, to be honest. I think I definitely improved during my time. He must have been the Dead Guy Florida Man edition. Exactly. The alter ego of that man, he's called That Guy instead. Dude, that man is cool. That guy is not cool. I mean, he's that guy on mess, yeah. Oh god, he's such a North Florida junkie guy. You're right. Okay. Let me check if like my D&D folder is safe to open though, because I'm pretty sure it might not be safe to open. So let me switch to this screen. Let me switch to this screen and then let me check my D&D folders. New D&D. I just kind of put a lot of stuff on my in the same like file. There's a lot of folk like that around the beaches. No, why the beaches, dude? Okay, I think that this is pretty safe to open. Guys, let me show you my first ever D&D boss. Bam, there we go. This is the map, right? It's an airship, obviously. This is the grid, and this is my first ever D&D quest that I run. It's about, the story is about the party need to find like a missing airship. It's an experimental airship that the dwarf made, and one day it just fly off on its own. And they want the airship back, obviously. And the party found out that the airship was actually powered by a captured air elemental was used to power the ship to fly, and it was angry that it was captured. So, and it became the boss of the quest. And here's the fight. Here's the boss. Okay, and okay, this is gonna look pretty bad because it's my first ever token. But that's the boss. Wait, what the hell? Huh? That's like an animated part that I need to use this with, but you know, that's not the point. For now, that's the boss. Okay, it looked better. It looked better when it got all the parts, but okay, that's the boss. And you know, you fight here, and this is my first ever boss fight, my first mechanic for the fight. So eventually the boss is going to disappear from the map, and then it will appear on the side of the map like this, right? It will appear. It's either gonna appear on the left or right, and this is depending on if the player is stacked on the left or right side of the map. It will appear on the furthest side, and after one round of charging up, a remake story. Nah. This is my old quest. So this is my old quest, and I don't think I'm ever gonna revisit this quest again. And after one round of charging up, it will blow the wind in this direction, right? And all player will be like knocked back 60 feet, I think. 60 feet. One block is 5 feet, so 60 feet is like 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 25, 30. It's basically like somewhere like 60 feet. So that's like, how many blocks is that? 12 block. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So pretty much like if you're directly in front of it, you won't get knocked away, right? And but if you get knocked to this like railing, the railing can disappear, right? You see? Like if a player collides with the railing disappear, kind of like this. Like each part can disappear, and then the player can't use the railing for as like safety net anymore after that. And if the player fall in this area, they just die, right? If they can't fly, they die. It's instant death. And then also another mechanic is that the boss will after a while the boss will start like creating this barrel. It will start like blowing this barrel onto the ship, and that would be like a couple of barrels, right? And then it will also use this move again, but this time it will, when it blow, it will also blow the barrel to the fence. And if the barrel hit the fence is also destroyed. So the player can actually use their body to block the barrel from hitting the fence. Or the player can break, the barrel. But also this is also another like random stuff that happened, like that I decided. I mean, it's like when the player break the barrel, it's like they roll a d20, and on a certain number, there's a chance that like item will appear if the barrel breaks, such as sometimes potion will appear, sometimes money will appear, and sometimes treasure can appear, and sometimes enemy can appear, like snake can appear from the barrel. It's such an RPG boss battle. Oh my god. Exactly, because you know that's what I like when I do it. And yeah. So that's the fight. Essentially that's the fight. Is there anything else I want to talk about? That's like some other move where it's like that. This move is like, but this move is like not in the normal fight. This is in the. This is only like in like another version of it. Anyway, so at the end of the day, it's cool. I just assume it sucks to deal with in D&D. Exactly. I wouldn't call it successful, but it is a learning experience for me. Cause like, yeah, I thought like in my head the fight played out pretty cool, right? As you kind of figure out the fight, it's I think it will be pretty cool. But after playing it out, I feel that the fight is it feels a little oppressive, I guess, because the player get knocked back by quite a lot, and they need to run towards the boss again, and it's just not fun to like what the player want to do in a fight. And this is what I learned after doing all these wacky stuff. What I learned is the player have fun when they hit stuff. That's what I learned. Like, the more you take the player away from hitting stuff, the less fun it is. So going forward, I try to make mechanic that allow the player to also still be hitting stuff while doing the mechanic. It's better to try creative thing and learn from failure than to just be really boring forever. And maybe some other day I will show you my newer stuff as well, but for now, since we're at the end of stream, I'm just gonna keep it short. But yeah, my newer stuff is like more accommodated to it's like more simple in terms of like execution. It's not like there's no complicated thinking behind it. It's just that I hate in D&D when like player just stand there and then hit stuff till they're dead, right? What I want in my game is that like the player need to move around and maybe think for a little bit, but like, you know, not that hard. But I just try to avoid fight where the player just stand in one place and then just like, oh, I attack this creature and then the next turn I attack this creature again because it's not dead. Like that's what I'm trying to avoid. The worst feeling is not being able to hit something, especially if you're off by a point. Exactly, yeah, exactly. So yeah, this is my first fight, and I'll show you one of my newer fights, I guess. And this is from my latest campaign, okay? This is my big project. It's still ongoing. It's still ongoing right now. And it might be considered a spoiler if I ever run this campaign one day, but I think it's fine. Cause it's just one fight anyway. It's not the whole campaign, but yeah, I'm gonna show you one of the newer fight. And this one I asked my player, and they said they like this one the most. Let me try to find it. Yep, here it is. So this one is from a series of quests that I run, like a campaign of mine. Still ongoing. The campaign itself is called Dungeons Breaker. It's about a dungeon delving guild. It's a story about dungeon delving guild that they have to go into dungeons and find the secret of the world. But pretty much here's the fight right here. If I can find it. Oh yeah, here it is. So the boss of this fight is this is like a mini boss between fight, and this is like a very, and I like this one too because this map is like an experimental D&D maps that is not play in a top-down angle, but it's actually play in a 3D environment. Think about that. So the boss of this fight is the Ghost Rider, or yeah, the Hell Card. That's what it's called. Oh yeah, best girl. Yeah, she's the boss of this particular chapter. But yeah, this is a mini boss, and the party was like on this train going deeper into the tunnel, right? When they're attacked by the Ghost Rider or the Hell Card. And this is the boss right here. This is the fight. So pretty much like what they does is like sometimes sometimes they throw bombs on the train, and the bombs is like like it just like do like a half circle, like see it's like a half circle AoE on the train, and then the player can just dodge here, or it like it does like it like crash its car into the train like this, and then the player get knocked back. But if they have to do a saving throw, but if they succeed, then they don't get knocked back. But if they fail the saving throw, then they get knocked back. And that's all the skill it has, right? I just try to make fight like more simple, but here's also the cool thing, which is wait, did I let me see wait, also the cool thing is that like, and this is like the signature move of the Hell Rider. This is its signature move, okay? The Hell Rider can disappear for the round, and they will appear behind the car. They can appear like they can appear here. It's like randomized, right? It's randomized. They can appear here, they can appear here, and they can appear here. That's 3 lanes. They can appear on either one. And after one round of charging, they will charge forward, and it will eat. It's an AoE that will eat like 1 lane. It's like 1 lane and a half of like AoE, and the player can. How the player deal with it is that like they can shout to the person who's riding the train to move the train. They can move the train left or right. That's 3 lane, right? Yeah. So they need to move the train like to the sides, essentially, to dodge it. And yeah, that's all the move. That's all. You shouldn't just make a game. I know, right? But yeah, that's all the move for the Hell Rider, and yeah, as you can see, as I've been saying, I try to make it like a lot more simple. Like you don't need to think as much, right? It's just like there's a move coming, and so dodge it, you know. And I think this is like a better. This is like a whole RPG encounter. Yeah, I do believe that this is like a better way to go about it than like a complicated raid boss mechanic. This is more like an action game kind of mechanic. And I think it's better. Like it's less punishing. It's less strain on the brain. Like you don't need to think as much. It's just kind of like go with the situation. It also like open up way for the player to RP. Like when the boss appear behind them, like they can talk about like how what is it going to do and stuff like that. I think this kind of stuff is like it's kind of open way for the player to RP as well. And yeah, and I've asked my player, and yeah, they say this fight is definitely the most enjoyable one, cause it's pretty simple. I can show it to you in action as well. Let me go on roll 20 real quick. Your player are super lucky to have you as a DM. Thank you. It looked like very cool in roll 20. yeah, I would say that I feel that I've come pretty far in terms of like DMing. Cause like I think I like evolved a lot ever since the day of my first like encounter design, and now I think it's in a good place. I think my campaign is in a good place right now, as in like fights are not as frustrating as before. So I think I've got like a pretty solid grasp on how I should do things. So this is let me show you on roll 20. Bam, this is roll 20. And wait, the map is not loading. The map is not loading. Okay, here we go. So this is how it looked, right? So, and this is like a lot of coding and stuff too, but pretty much. Oh, this is in the map layer. So I actually write like a code. It's not really like a code, but I write like a script, right? That allow me to actually move the train. It should be with the boss, I think. The boss is here. Yep. This is to map layer. Wait, no, not map layer. No. Everything is ruined now. To token layer. Yeah, that's it. Okay, now we decrease this opacity. Yeah, the boss have this like, see, it have all this command, right? And I wrote the script for this command, and like you can order the train to move. Like if I say move to the left, then everything move to the left, right? See, so that's the script. So when the boss actually use its special move, which is like Hellflare Blitz, right? And then this is like when it first start up the move, you just choose this choice. It will just disappear. Then it will appear behind the train. And then the player will like, you know, you can say like, oh, move to the center. Okay, so they can move to the center. Or the player will move. And then the boss will charge forward. I mean you still get hit, but like there's some safe zone here, right? And then there's like this is the damage. Wait, oh, the damage is that high? Actually, some of the player actually have a lot more health anyway. So yeah, and then I have like an autosave button here, and then it will come back. It will come back on the side that it like disappear from. So yeah, that's the fight. Essentially, that's the fight. Also, I want to show you this. This is the world map. So this is the map that we've been playing on. My group has been playing on after like my old group disbanded. And it just kind of like generic fantasy world, right? I don't really have like a particular unique idea for it. It's just like generic fantasy world. But the idea is that like my group, we kind of rotate DM around. Like every player is a DM, and we kind of just rotate DM duty around. And when you have like a story you want to tell, you can like tell it in this world. Like like I don't have like specific detail in this world. I haven't decided on any specific detail yet, but if anyone wanna like just put in some detail for the world, they are free to do so. Like for example, like there's some floating island here. It's just a floating island, but I didn't decide like why is it floating or like what's the history behind like that. But if anyone actually want a setting where like they want to use the floating island, then they're free to do so. And so that's how this table operated, right? And then we kind of just like have like this big city in the world. It's like we have a technology city, we have like the generic castle city, the snow city, desert city, and I've been like designing some character who is like the leader of the city, but I haven't like anybody in the table is free to use this character, right? Oh, let me put this up for now because I'm not sure if the photo I'm opening is safe to open or not. Definitely is not safe to open. It's magic. I ain't gonna explain shit. Exactly, it just float. Yeah, I don't know, dude. But yeah, exactly. If someone wanna make like a story about it, then they're free to do so. Let me go censor the not safe for work stuff first. Really interesting stuff, Oni. Thank you. Although I don't have like, I haven't like been doing much progress lately on D&D. I did do like one map the other day, but yeah. It's gonna be a while until the next chapter because I got loads of work on my hand. But I'm still doing it. I plan to see this work till the end. And yeah, as I said, one day I actually like record a video of like us playing the campaign. And one day I might share it with you guys, but it's gonna be on like a private, sharing. Because I, like, some player don't wanna like, you know, be exposed that they are playing D&D. And it's just like a request from my player. Like sometimes they don't want other people to know that they're playing. Hey, thanks for the bits, Yoshida. Thank you. Alright, this is pretty weird for me to open some not safe for work stuff when I'm still streaming, but I'm sure it's gonna be fine if I don't switch the OBS layer. I did watch that short video of yours on your YouTube. Oh yeah. that was another campaign that's run by another DM though. Man, this is scary stuff, dude. Opening shady stuff on stream. Just create a new layer over it and put complete black over it. Bam, done. Censored. Nice. This is some relaxing ass music. This is Katarine. This is Katarine music. Good game, by the way. It really like the first like adult kind of theme video game that I get exposed to. It asks some really interesting questions, I gotta say. Let me see if there's like any other Are the crazy stuff I should censor? I don't think so. I don't think so. Well, welcome to my Universal D&D folder. Everything I do about D&D, I just keep it in this folder. And you see this black panel right here? This is the lewd pic, okay? Anyway. So yeah, I got like maps here, character. And as you can see here, I got some character design. Oh, you remember Grammary? This is her original design, by the way. This is her concept. Concept art. Concept art time. Yes, Grammary. And this is Acne, if you know her. She's another one of my original character for D&D. It's always nice to draw concept art before like working on the actual character. Anyhow, so yeah, what I want to show you is like I got the world maps here, right? Wait. Oh yeah, here's the world maps, right? Here's the world map of the D&D game. You got the castle city, you got this mysterious whirlpool tower here, you got the technology city, the port city, you got the evil continent. It's generic evil continent, right? You got Japan, dude. Japan is here. Okay? You got everything. you got Egypt. This is Egypt. This is Japan. Anyway, and we did actually like design. I did some design like, and it's like a collaborative effort, right? There's also some design that like my friend did. The evil continent, i.e. Australia, yeah. So yeah, this is the design of like some leader, some country leader, right? Yeah. So yeah, this is like samurai guy. This is like vampire girl, and you can kind of see where they go, right? It's like Japan, evil, dark places. This is the Egyptian. This is like Arabian. I was going for like some Arabian theme character, and the pirate city, right? Yeah. So these are some character design I've done for the game. And if you guys remember, this is the first boss. This is the first boss of my big campaign. So it's a fire wyvern. So I always do these kind of sketches first before I work on like the actual sprite. So you know, just something I thought would be like interesting to see. These are some of my D&D character, which is like yeah, this is my first D&D character. Her name is Musica, I think. She's a bard. She's a tiefling bard, right? And she's like chaotic evil, but I know I'm the asshole player at that time. Like I haven't done anything asshole, but like I don't know why, but when you first start playing D&D, somehow you always start playing like the evil character first, right? So yeah, she's my first character, and she's chaotic evil. She's a bard who is mute. She's a bard who is mute, and she speaks through her demon pipe. That's a pipe, by the way. That's a pipe. Asshole. Exactly. My first few characters were chaotic neutral. Hey, really? I guess I was edgy. I mean, deep down I'm edgy boy, dude. But yeah, that's a pipe. That's a pipe, but it's also like a demon. The pipe name is Lucifer, by the way, and she's a bard, but she can't speak because she is like mute and stuff. And so that's my first character. This is my second character, and I'm not sure if I can show this on stream, but I guess I can. You are an Oni, obviously you're chaotic you, exactly. So this is my second character, and maybe you saw her on my Twitter. Her name's Symphony, right? Also a bot. Oh, actually, I'm not sure I can show this on Twitter. I'm gonna just quickly close that. She's a bot that like she likes to seduce people, right? I was kind of trying to play this character. I was trying to play this like cliche seduce bard, right? But that's probably okay, but no sense taking risks. Exactly, yeah. So I'm just gonna quickly close it. But you saw it. You saw a glimpse of it, right? But yeah, that's the character. I was trying to go for like a cliche bard and like seduce everybody kind of character, but I take it on another level where I like take all the charm spell. She was kind of like my full-on build experiment, to be honest, more than like a character. Like I was kind of I want to play a bard that have all the charm spell, but like have no application in combat at all, right? Like she have like in combat she can't do anything. She just kind of hit people, right? With like some knife or something. It's like 1d4 damage. But outside of combat, she's like very useful because she actually have shit ton of charm spell, and she have high charisma, so she can persuade people very easily. Dancer class, exactly. She was designed to be a dancer, although dancer doesn't exist in D&D, but that was what she was designed to be. She's an RP savvy character, exactly, yeah. And yeah, she was my first like experimental character where like, if I play like a character who's useless in combat, would I still have fun? And the answer is yes. And this is when my opinion on D&D start to become like, yeah, it's just more fun to make like a character that's like good at RPing rather than a character that's like metagaming. So after this, I just kind of like, when I create a new character, I always think of the theme of the character first, right? I would always like think of a character theme, and I would build a character to follow that theme without like care of like, oh, is the character going to be good or not? It doesn't matter, right? For me, it doesn't matter if the character is good, because I know that if I follow the theme of the character, if I have like a character that like the theme is very very clear, I know that I'm gonna have fun no matter what. That's what I think. Technically, dancers are bards because you can dance and cast spell. Yeah, pretty much. Cause her ability are based around allure and charisma. Yeah, I don't think I've ever played a character that was combat focused. I love having spells and things that let me do creative stuff. Oh, I see. Yeah, for Musica was more like an all-round bard. Like, I wanna like do her build again, to be honest, for Musica. but I haven't like played her again just yet. But for her, her build is just like a normal bard, right? You take suggestion, you take silence, you take bestow curse, like just a lot of spell that's like good for playing bards for her. So Musica was kind of boring for me, to be honest. But I do like her character design though. I really like her design. I definitely, like, if I have a chance, I would use this design, this character for another project, if I have a chance. And next character, my third character. Let me drink some water, I've been speaking a lot. My new Necro Farmer Jasper is in a weird middle ground, and I haven't really done for a character before. You swear he has charisma of 5 based on his personality, but it's a 2. I see. He's RP and combat savvy. Dude, now that you bring it up, it's perfect for my next character. So next character is Swai. This cutie gear-esque looking dude, right? This is my third character. And pretty much my idea behind him is that I want to create a raid mage in D&D, where I remember this guy. Yeah, this is my third character. Yeah, it's like he has both healing spell and damaging spell. That's why he used like he fight with a grimoire and also a rapier. And I have like, up to this day, I think this is like one of my most fun character to play, because, and he has such like a quirky personality. He has this personality of like, when he believed, like he was in a religion, he was in a church that teaches people that like you need to retain the balance of the universe. So whenever he does one good deeds, he needs to do one evil deeds to compensate for the good deeds that he's done. So he's a very, very quirky kind of guy. Like in his first quest, he burned down one tree, and then he said that like later on he would also plant like one new tree to compensate for the tree that he burned down. That's the kind of guy he is, right? Well, unless things should be exactly. Next character is Gremory, and yeah, she's very fun. She's I don't think I need to tell you who she is. It's already in the character design. She's a treasure. He's the son of Sophia. Yeah, true equilibrium. She's a treasure hunter. And that's like the gist of her character, to be honest. But if I were to go deeper, basically she used to be like a homeless girl on the street when she was a kid, but she met like a demon patron. They call it patron in D&D, but basically she kind of like made a deal with an entity that gave her this magic gun, right? And she became a treasure hunter, essentially, I guess, later on in life. because she don't want to be poor essentially. It's pretty basic character. I tend to don't like I don't like make it's my style. I don't really make big story for my character. Is it a twist that she's the treasure? That's quite a twist. But what's fun about Gremory is that she's the character that I build around the character build. She's like that warlock that like that's like a passive skill that allow you to push people back, but it's basically like whenever you attack people, you knock them back by 5 feet. So to put it simply, she knocks people back by 1 block when she attacks people. So and I just like go full in on that idea when I make her. So she's like a gunner. She casts spell using her gun, and she just keep knocking people back, and she have a lot of like mobility spell and knockback spell. So the basic idea is that she just keep kiting people around. Yeah, kiting in D&D, guys. Think about that. Kiting in D&D. But yeah, the idea is that like yeah, she have a lot of mobility spell and a lot of knockback spell, so that nobody can ever get close to her, and it is pretty fun playing as her. She also have this like very snarky personality. She's a very like snarky kid, I guess, like someone you would call a brat, I guess. Lol, kiting in D&D. Exactly. But it works though. So yeah, that's the idea behind her. I think that's all. Acne is my newest D&D character. Oh, there's also Luck. I forgot to talk about Luck. This is a dude, by the way. He's not a girl. Yeah, this is my druid, and I create this character in parody to Yu-Gi-Oh, right? And I actually create a system for him. He's a druid, right? He's a shepherd druid. So shepherd druid are like a type of druid that specialize in summoning animal to fight for them. And I make this character and to parody like a Yu-Gi-Oh character, where like I actually create a system for him where like at the beginning of each turn it will randomize up a card from his deck. He used card, by the way. So at the beginning of his turn, he will draw from his deck. He will draw like 5 cards from his deck, and the cards are like spell that he can use, or like monster that he can summon, and I have to choose from the card that he's drawn for that turn to like what he's going to summon for that turn. So it's like a shepherd druid with like a custom system. It's more of like a handicap, to be honest, but he's pretty fun. Yeah, he's a summoner. Yeah. And yeah, oh, this is why concept art, by the way, if you haven't seen. This is a dude. My friends say he looked like a girl, but I think he looked like a dude to me. I mean, Luck looked more like a girl, but he's a dude. He's a guy. He has that like very shonen protagonist personality, but of course I was trying to parody the shonen genre after all, but like he have that like very he is like neutral good, I think, or on lawful good. I forgot. He's good. Luck is like my first true good character, right? He would be the guy who always like, yeah, you can do it. Don't give up. Never give up. He looked like a shonen protagonist voiced by a woman. Exactly, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he had that kind of personality. And then Agni is my last character. She's a masochist, but I think you can already understand that. I haven't drawn like a color work for her yet. Maybe I should do that soon. Maybe that could be like a future stream, you know. Agni color work. DV girl. what DV supposed to mean? But yeah, she's a tiefling. Her lore is that she's cursed to be immortal by her demon patron. My kind of girl. A domestic violence. Yeah. Viewer discretion is advised, by the way. Of course, domestic violence is never good, but you know, this is the work of fiction. Anyhow, so the lore is that like she used to be part of a cult, and she was intended to be sacrificed by the cult to bring about like an entity, a demonic entity, to bring about the end of the world. It is a doomsday cult, by the way. So yeah, she was meant to be sacrificed by the cult to bring about that entity to end the world. But there was like a boy who loved her, who fall in love with her, and he tried to escape. He tried to like escape with her from the cult, but because of that, because she was not sacrificed, like the ritual to bring about the entity was like halfway. It was like unfinished, right? It was halfway done. So the entity actually like the entity was like anger, and the entity decided to murder her lover and all the cult member, and curse her to be like immortal, so that she cannot like follow her lover to the afterlife, essentially. And the entity actually like become like the entity reside within her, but it's not like fully powered, you know, something like that. And so the entity became like a kind of like parasite or something. You can think of it like that. So that's why she cannot die, because the entity is protecting her whenever she try to harm herself. Mature subject indeed. We do not condone demon patron abusing their followers. Yeah. So the gimmick with her, right? And all my characters have gimmick, right? Because if I don't think of like a unique gimmick for my character, then I wouldn't have created the character in the first place. So her gimmick, when I play D&D with her, her gimmick is that she is not the one who fights, right? She's a normal girl. Pretty much she's a normal girl, actually. So she don't have any fighting prowess at all. She can't fight at all. But whenever she would come to harm, or whenever like she would be attacked by someone, her demon's patron will protect her by casting a spell for her. So I was kind of inspired. So like this is like my thoughts behind the creation of this character. By the way, I was inspired by Dizzy from Guilty Gear. If you ever play Guilty Gear Exert, and if you ever play Dizzy, you can see that like she doesn't fight herself. It would always be Necro and Undine, which are like her wings doing the fighting for her. So it's the same idea here. That's where I get my inspiration from, essentially. So yeah. Yeah, and if she were to like lose a limb or stuff, like if she were to actually die, she would like she can still feel pain, but when she come into contact with like when she actually die, the demon patron would like just bring her back. Like the demon patron wouldn't let her die, essentially. Yeah, but it's like the kind of immortality where like you can still feel pain and stuff. So that's why she's called the tormented soul, right? Yeah. So that's all my D&D character. So it's something to talk about. Hope you have fun hearing my D&D story from me. I and perhaps in the future we can talk more about my D&D adventure. I can definitely talk more about my D&D adventure, but for now I feel like I've been talking for a lot. A bit tired, guys. So okay, time to end the stream, guys. Thank you for hanging out with me, guys. Let's go back to the work. Okay. Thank you for hanging out with me, guys. Time to end the stream. Hope you enjoy today. Hope you have fun, guys. Thank you for the stream, Monique. Great stream. Thank you. So I'll be streaming again next week. After this project is done, I'll think about moving the schedule around. I'll think about like what I'm gonna do with that. So I might move art stream to Friday and Saturday, so that people can stay up late watching my stream, right? If they want to. And I might move gaming stream to Sunday because it's less important. And if people want to go sleep early, then they can. So that's the idea. And also I might move like one stream to the European time zone to give my friend in Europe a chance to catch the stream. So, but I'll think about it after this piece is done. I think we'll be continuing this piece on next week, but we'll see. Nothing is set in stone. Sometime there might be some urgent work that I need to do. But yeah, okay, and that's pretty much it, guys. Thank you for coming in today. Thank you for hanging out with me this week. And this week's stream is done. I'll see you again next week, guys. Hope you have a great week, and I'll see you again next weekend. See you. Bye bye. Okay, let's try to find someone to host. I already host Try Flows in last stream, so I'm gonna host Bobby T. They're drawing art right now, doing commission work. Please give them my regards. Well, technically I'll be there as well for a bit before I need to go out. So please head over there. Hey, Lux, you're still here. Hey, thank you. Bye. See you next time. See you next weekend, guys. See you next weekend. I'm gonna host Bobby T now. Please give them a nice greeting. And I'll see you again next weekend. Bye bye.